of ICT Commission, Ministry of ICT, United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor.
Member of Parliament from various states, Professor Muhammad Carr, Ambassador of the Permanent Mission of Gambia in Geneva, Switzerland, and Chair of 28th CSTD, Dr. Maktasek, Emerging and Frontier Technologies, United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, representatives from UNECA, UNDP, ITU, and the Ministry of Information Communication Technology of Tanzania. Dear guests, esteemed colleagues, distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. That's better. It is a great honor that I stand before you today at the Africa World Summit on Information Society, WSIS plus 20. Review annual meeting, which is called Convene, Deliberate, Formulate, and Unify Position on African WSIS plus 20, enabling Africa to realize the WSIS vision and build more inclusive and sustainable digital society in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Information, Communication, and Information Technology of Tanzania, and the government of United Republic of Tanzania, I take this opportunity again to thank UNECA for organizing this workshop in Tanzania. The ministry placed immense importance on hosting the summit in collaboration with UNECA. This is a critical moment in reviewing milestones of 20 years of progress made in the implementation of the outcome of the World Summit on Information Society. We are proud to host and partner with you to bring this summit to function. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 years ago, WSIS set the framework for global digital cooperation with a vision to build people-centric, inclusive, and development-oriented information and knowledge societies. On course of this implementation, the world has witnessed rapid evolution of ICT into digital technologies, which makes today information society differ greatly from what was envisioned in 2005. Since 2006, the Commission on Science and Technology for Development has been reviewing the implementation of WSIS outcomes, including through annual reports of United Nations Secretary General and contribution of inputs in the WSIS plus 10 review in the General Assembly in 2015. Following the General Assembly, Resolution A 70125, adopted on 16 December 2015, a high-level meeting in 2025 was called to review the overall implementation of the outcome of the World Summit on Information Society, known as WSIS plus 20 review. Therefore, this WSIS plus 20 annual review is significant to enable Commission on Science and Technology for Development to collect inputs from African member states, all facilitators, and other stakeholders on progress made in implementation of the outcome of the World Summit during the past 20 years, and to report thereon through the Economic and Social Council to the General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, this open consultation is important to foster in-depth dialogue among African stakeholders on the implementation of WSIS vision and outcome, fostered in-depth dialogue on the implementation of WSIS vision. Our discussion will provide valuable inputs to Commission on Science and Technology for Development Secretariats, synthesizing report that will inform substantive discussion on the Commission of Science, Technology and Development on WSIS plus 20 review as requested by Economic and Social Council. This session will examine to what extent and how the WSIS vision evolved over past 20 years since inception. Moreover, we will discuss on how we're going to ongoing trends and emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, impact progress toward human development and sustainable development goals. In addition to that, we look on how can these trends enable or hinder realization of WSIS visions. Finally, we'll suggest and analyze the measures to take to advance international cooperation, including terms of governance, to leverage emerging technologies for sustainable development in economic, social, environment, and cultural dimensions. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let us remember that our contribution and open discussion in these sessions are essential in shaping the progress in the future, not just for Africa, but the entire world. I wish each one of you a fruitful contribution to the agenda that lies ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Director ICT, for this keynote speaker. I think you highlight very well the importance of our discussion in the context of the WSIS outcome and the next step for to implement this information society across the world. Now we are going to start our panel discussion for 1 hour. I have a distinguished delegate, distinguished panelist. Let me give first 1 minute to each of them to introduce him or herself. And after that, we are going to start our discussion. Let me start by my dear brother, Abdul Karim.
Hello, good morning. My name is Abdul Karim Jallo, and I am from the Gambia. I am currently the Director General of the Gambia Information and Communications Technology Agency. I recognize the presence of my good brother. He's smiling. I miss him for a while. Good to see you, Professor Carr. Thank you very much. Before being Director General of the Gambia Information and Communications Technology Agency, I was a professor of information systems at Slippery Rock University of Pennsylvania, where I was also a head of department of the Information Systems and Technology Management department. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul Karim. Let me go to
Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be here this morning. As indicated, my name is Yolandi Exner, and I am representing AFICTA. I am the chairperson of the Africa ICT Alliance. And just like my introduction this morning, it's short and sweet, just like me.
Madam Binta.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an incredible honor to be on this seat. So my name is Binta Mustafa. I am a Nigerian with a second country, Niger, so I don't forget about them in my introductions. I am the founder and the curator of 100 Women in Tech Nigeria. Before that, I have other special purpose vehicle, non-governmental initiative, the Best Education for Development Foundation, Hack the Crisis Nigeria. I am currently the ambassador for Innovation Labs in Niger Republic, Climate Action Project ambassador. I will stop there, and I'm pleased to be with my co-panelists this morning.
Thank you, my dear friend Henriette.
Thanks, Maktar. Anriette Esterhuizen, from Association for Progressive Communications, a civil society network around the world that was active in WSIS. I've had the privilege of working with CSTD very closely, serving on two CSTD working groups, as well as with UNECA, and
Yeah.
also serving as the chair of the IGF.
Thank you very much, Ariette. Let me give it to Mr. Makumbo.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. My name is Eugenio Macumbe from Mozambique. Actually, I'm Director of Digital Governance Division at the National ICT Institute under the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Higher Education. Before I occupied the role of Director of the Registry Doctorate at Pedagogical University, and also my lecturer at the same university. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Madam Ines Hafi.
Good morning. My name is Ines Hafi from Tunisia. I'm Chief Operating Officer of a deep tech startup operating in Middle East and Africa and deploying eGov use cases in North Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. You have seen we have several representation from all the continent, private sector, government, civil society, academia. And we have a good participation in this room, more than 100. And we have also good participation of our sister country, Gambia. We have 50% of the population here because you are the chair. Thank you very much. Let's go now to the discussion. I'm going to give the floor first to Henriette. You have here since the beginning of, and you have seen a lot of progress and a lot of challenge also during these 20 years. The question is how has the WSIS system vision evolved over the past 20 years?
Thanks, Makta. That's a privilege and also a challenge to be the first one to respond amongst such a distinguished panel. But I'm happy to try. I think I would say it has evolved in good ways, bad ways, and maybe even some ugly ways. But I want to start with the good. I think everything we've heard here, every report we've heard from every government that has presented what they've done, that is evidence of work that has been done. And we do know we have more access, more connectivity, more opportunity. So there is really growth. There's the work that's done by the WSIS Forum, the WSIS agencies that are involved in facilitating the action lines. There's a lot of more data, the work that CSTD, for example, does on the digital economy, very valuable analysis that we can use in our work. And there's the IGF, the fact that we do have these national and regional processes that bring us together. There's even evolution at the level of ICANN. There is perhaps ICANN has not been fully internationalized, but it's much more internationalized than it was when we started. So there's a lot to be proud of. I think the bad is that we are not coordinating effectively. I think one of the real strengths of the WSIS was that Africa was a powerful bloc. It was a bloc that shaped the vision, the outcome documents. The prepcoms that we had were multi-stakeholder. In fact, the African Development Forum that ECA convened in 1999 was the first multi-stakeholder event in this sector. And I think we've lost some of that strategic collaboration. Maybe we collaborate on implementation level, but I don't think we collaborate effectively between countries, within countries, and between stakeholders in shaping and implementing a strategic vision. And I think the other not so good evolution is that there's more emphasis now on digital than on people. That power, the power of the WSIS, the emphasis on people-centered development. What do we have now? We have Global Digital Compact. And I think to some extent that centrality of people has been lost. And I think we also have challenges such as big tech. We have a sector that is perhaps grown by big companies that are based in other parts of the world, but that also creates a level of concentration that can stifle opportunity and vision. So let me finish. I think that the other thing is that there's also been a shift to looking at information as risk. We spend more time currently talking about disinformation, misinformation, the harm that information can cause, as opposed to the power of information to educate, to transform, which we did during the WSIS. And then finally, I think the ugly is, and I think Ambassador Carr mentioned it, inequality, digital inequality. We're not actually shrinking it. We might be expanding access to devices, but are we really expanding meaningful digital equality? And the more sophisticated the digital environment is, actually the harder it is to achieve that. And I think the other ugly development is that there is more restriction of freedom of information. I think there's many states are restricting the operation of journalists. Human rights seem to be an elusive goal. And I think the fear that we have of the harm that internet and communications can cause does often provoke quite a repressive response from some of our states, which I think counteracts the positive potential of these technology and of information society.
Thank you very much for highlighting the key strategic issue on the implementation of the VC during this past 20 years. Ambassador, you have requested the floor, or?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that the CSTD Secretariat are logged on. They're all online here at Geneva, following the discussions as well.
Thank you very much. Now, Harriet, you highlight several challenges and several progress in the continent. But now we have this issue, or this process, this process, we have emerging this IGF. Now we have a new framework, the Pact of the Future and the Global Digital Compact. How you have seen this alignment with or complementarity between WSIS and the Digital Compact?
Thanks. I think that works. I think Ambassador Carr actually highlighted that. I think we have to use it. Firstly, I think that it is an opportunity that we need to latch on. And I think it's an opportunity for us to put African priorities back on the agenda. I think there is alignment between WSIS and the Global Digital Compact. I don't think that there's disalignment at the level of the vision or the content. I think the risk lies in getting the focus and the attention of the world. I don't think that there's enough recognition that Africa is significantly disadvantaged when it comes to digital distribution, access, capacity, skills, as you said yourselves in the remarks from ECA. And I think there's a tendency at the moment, and you see this reflected in the compact, to focus on new emerging challenges. For example, the focus on artificial intelligence. These are relevant issues, but unless we have more baseline digital equality in Africa, as people, as countries, as economies, we won't really be able to see the dividend of digitalization. And I think that's the risk. And I think the challenge for us, and I think we can do it if we collaborate as states and as stakeholders from all sectors, is to keep making that clear. Keep putting that need to address digital equality, not allow our efforts to be fragmented. We need to prioritize. So in summary, we can use the Global Digital Compact, but we need to collaborate, coordinate, and prioritize.
Thank you very much. We need to collaborate and prioritize according to our need and our priority. I think it's a very good conclusion and transition to the next question. The Makombo from Mozambique. We have seen a lot of emerging technology. And yet I like this emerging technology, IoT, and how far this emerging technology facilitate or can be obstacle to the implementation of WSIS in Africa?
Thank you. By the way, it's Makumbi. I think it's difficult to pronounce.
We have Makumba in West
Not Makumba. Thank you very much. I think that AI has the potential to radically transform global development by driving innovations across multiple sectors that support the easiest action line. But at the same time that we have a lot of opportunities, it also comes with risk that may harm the easiest goals. If we talk in African context, where digital infrastructure and human capital has developed compared to another regions, I think that AI represents both opportunity and challenge that somehow significantly can affect the progress toward its objectives. And if I talk about Mozambique, that I think has the same challenge compared to another countries in the regions. For instance, we have a significant challenge on digital skills, infrastructure and connectivity, data availability, and especially in local language, what is important for AI development, and lack of investment in technology. We think that Mozambique and other countries to seize the opportunities and face the challenge of AI, effective collaboration is necessary between the government, technology, companies, civil society, and academia. To end, I think and going back to your question, emerging technology, in this case, particularly AI, offer a lot of opportunities and challenge to realize EASY's vision and action plan globally at the region and especially now in Mozambique. But at the same time that AI can facilitate innovation in various development areas, AI can play also a central role realizing the vision of an inclusive and development-oriented information society. However, it's necessary to tackle some challenge like digital infrastructure, capacity building, and regulatory framework in special, somehow to enhance the development of AI. And I believe that for Mozambique in special and other African nation to full realize the potential of AI in supporting the easiest goal, investments in digital infrastructure, capacity building, and policy framework somehow are essential. And this measure will ensure that AI technology are used in ways that align with EASY's principle of inclusivity, sustainability, and human-centered development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you. To share Mozambique experience. We recognize also the presence online of the CSTD Secretariat, and we acknowledge also Mrs. Lipping and her team for the hard work they are doing, and also commend our collaboration with CSTD Secretariat. Now, following Mr. Makumbo, Gambia is a one focus country of UNCA, and you are doing very well in the implementation of the WSIS outcome. Tell us your experience, how you have adopted this emerging technology in the implementation of the WSIS outcome.
Thank you for that question. First, I just want to recall Probably some of you will start calculating my age, but I remember early in the 2000s, if many of you can remember, the Internet Initiative for Africa that was funded by the UN to help prepare Africa for the penetration of Internet, where a number of African youth and engineers were trained in various technologies, on web technologies as well as internet networking technologies. Um, I happen to be one of those people who benefited from the training in Ghana. Now, in those years, around the 2000s, we all remember when we used to have dial-up internet, right? 56K. When you load a browser, it could take you ages before you are able to see a single image. And today we are talking about broadband internet connectivity, right? And I think that alone, is a huge development and improvement in terms of internet. Now, in terms of how emerging technologies can be utilized, in the Gambia, we have started looking at, for example, digital transformation in the area of automation of our public services, right? For example, how we apply BPMN, business process modeling and automation, in order to improve public service delivery, in order to create access of public services, to make the population be able to access services that are provided by the government. For example, we are working on a project in collaboration with the Bangladesh A2I, where we are automating a number of public services. For example, the passport application, the driver's license application, national identity card, business registration, and birth certificate. And the expectation is that the citizens or users would be able to apply for these services online. And we are trying to learn from others who have already done it. For example, if you look at Rwanda, who have this philosophy of zero trip, zero paper, so that anybody who wants any of these services should be at the comfort of your home and be able to apply for these services. And I think that is in line with inclusivity. How do we provide services using digital transformation to the citizens? But at the same time, we are also looking at how do we include, for example, stakeholders in policy formulation, regulatory formulation. For example, in the Gambia, we have started looking at um, how do we bring together the civil society? How do we bring together the private sector in formulation of policies and regulations? For example, we recently have passed the Access to Information Bill, and as a result, we have launched and created, established an Access to Information Commission, which is going to be responsible for citizens' requests for public information. We also are working on the evidence bill, which again has a huge participation of civil society as well as private sector. The other one is the open data platform that we are in the process of creating, where we will open up government or public related data so that citizens or the public sector will be able to make a request of information and be able to access that information through the open data platform. And I think these are a few of the innovative as relating to the WSIS framework that in the Gambia we have started implementing. There are so many other things that we have started working on, but maybe if I have a turn again, I'll be able to talk about them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. The involvement of private sector and civil society is very important, and Gambia can be a model where country can learn a lot of good thing about that. And Madam Binta, I remember in 2005, We start in 2000, 2003. Civil society was very active in the WSIS process and highlights the need of inclusion. Inclusivity was the word that we use at the time to make sure everybody will be involved. Youth, people, young women. 20 years after, can you give us how you contribute to the implementation of WSIS as a civil society organization?
Thank
You
you
can
very
give an example from Nigeria or in Africa because they are anywhere in the continent.
Thank you very much, Dr. Matar, for that question. Um, it's a bitter truth, but we must acknowledge that in most countries on the African continent, whether we choose to label them society or non-governmental organizations, they are the second government. The Mo Ibrahim Index for Governance recently, I think from 2017 or 2007, they've been publishing governance ranking of African governance. And they have pointed out that increasingly we have depreciated in governance. Non-governmental organizations, civil society fill these gaps in service delivery. They provide capacity building. They provide, when we talk about leave no one behind, which is a slogan for UN projects, the people, the sector that is delivering on that mandate is civil society and non-governmental organizations. Without them, you would not have, because governments have a lot of problem already to focus on first world problems. How do we provide education? What do we, the roads, those basic things, those basic amenities that we're still battling with on the African continent. So if you want all this, bridge the digital divide, bridge gender digital divide, bridge innovation divide, it's non-governmental organizations, civil society, they're the one filling those gaps. So the successes of this is that a lot have been achieved by civil society. We do not give them their flowers. If you look at, I would give two examples that I'm very common about. If you look at Nigeria and, for example, Niger, if you take, for example, one of the action lines of WSIS, capacity building, which has to do with training, teacher development, just look at it. British Council in Nigeria as a case study. Let's talk about, for example, even universities. We're talking about the Commission for Science, Technology for Development. You don't have outcomes that are driven for development without the active participation of this non-state actors. In Niger, for example, AFD, the Agence for Development by France, you have JEZ. Look at the projects when you talk about TVET, Technical Vocational Education and Training, which is the foundation for innovation, which is the foundation for ICT. You can't talk about progress, success without this. And it is the civil society which is able to galvanize, to put all these players together in one place. So you have a project that you want to develop as a non-governmental organization. It cannot be successful if you don't have the buy-in of government, the buy-in of the leaders. You have to make sure that the project you're developing is culturally sensitive, it's religious sensitive. You cannot do the project without getting the buy-in of the mayor, for example, in the Francophone countries. You cannot do it without the buy-in. You call the government, you call the governor, you call the minister to come and do the opening ceremony. So there are a lot of successes that the civil society have been able to deliver for all the action lines, especially C4 and C11, which is about partnerships. We're talking about multi-stakeholders. We are the ones implementing this. Academia, Prof. Jalo and the Mozambique just spoke about the universities. When you look at it, we talk about university industry linkages on the continent. How do we make sure that we're training, we're building capacity that is essential for the labor market? How do we fill in the gaps? Labor, the industries say that they do not have enough type of skills that they want for employment. The labor, the young people, we throw from our 1,300 universities on the continent, we throw millions of students every year into the labor market. It is a non-governmental organization that hold accountability. They hold all the institutions accountable to deliver on these things. So those are the strengths. The prospects, the challenges are enormous. We have to treat each other as partners in progress and work together to fill in some of these gaps. I'm going to stop here.
Thank you so much for that. It's very comprehensive and articulated. And we acknowledge also the role of civil society in the implementation of the WSIS outcome. Madam Exner, the big issue of the continent is the connectivity. How we drive innovation, how we develop digital skills, how we can access to the digital economic markets. And private sector has an important role to play in the implementation of WSIS, also to access at this digital economic market, estimate at $180 billion in 2030 and $712 in 2050. Can you tell us how you collaborate with the government, civil society to achieve the WSIS outcome?
Just testing the mic. Yes, it's on. Thank you very much, Dr. Mahta. I have to just giggle at the question though, because yesterday I was sitting in the audience and listening to the successes and the challenges of WSIS, and I thought, and actually one of the questions that I posed and the questions being thrown back at me now was the role of the private sector. Why are we here? What is our role in WSIS, in WSIS? So it was, I had to put my thinking cap on and really apply my mind in terms of, so what? What are we as the private sector doing? Yes, civil society has a role to play, academia has a role to play, but we're a private sector. We're in it for the money. We want to make money. It's all about profit. So what role do we play? So I think, yes, we definitely do play a huge role in the successes and the implementation of WSIS and the action lines. And I want to start off by saying something which I don't see happening a lot. And I am, even though I'm I represent AFICTA, which is global in terms of Africa, I can speak on behalf of my country, which is South Africa. I don't see enough of public and private partnership. There is just so much benefit to that. And where we do see public and private partnership, there's definitely economies of scale, there's definitely benefits to it. And I think, again, what stifles the public and private partnership is legislation. They just, in certain instances, the government doesn't allow for it. And I do think there's more opportunity for public and private partnership, especially in areas of digital infrastructure. And this will also enhance connectivity in the unserviced area. And again, I use my country as an example. We have an opportunity to engage with one of the big satellite service providers, but it's policy and it's legislation which is stopping that from happening. And it's a huge concern for us. One of the other benefits of public and private partnership is the resource sharing. I do a lot of work for government, even though I am in the private sector, and I see that there are a lot of challenges in terms of the skills in government sector. So that is again where the private sector can come in terms of capacity building, skills transfer, and assisting in some of the implementation projects. we there are some pockets of excellence in terms of innovation hubs and startups, but again, I think there's an opportunity for more of that. Again, this is again where legislation and regulation can assist, because government can provide tax incentives for organizations to have corporate social investment and social responsibility. So there's those opportunities as well. You know, it has to be a win-win and not a win-lose initiative. Everybody wants to benefit and everybody wants a piece of the pie. Dr. Makhtar, there's just so many that I can go through, but let me just touch on a few more. There needs to be the inclusive policy development. Yes, we need our civil society, we need academia, but also don't forget the private sector, because at the end of the day, we're also a very important stakeholder. And I think there's just two more that I want to touch on, even though I have a lot more and I am sensitive to time. The one is access to finance. I think we're all talking about finance is always going to be a problem. It doesn't matter what sector you're in, it doesn't matter where you work, finance is always a resource challenge. So we need access to investment and funding opportunities. We need credit facilities that also promote small businesses and entrepreneurs to enhance their ability to leverage technology. You know, I've been speaking to a lot of colleagues here during the summit, and unemployment is a huge problem. So let's grow our entrepreneurs. Let's not, I think I heard the saying yesterday, which is a very famous saying, let's not give each other fish, let's teach each other to fish. So that is very important. We need the investment in the various countries, but let's create those opportunities. We've already touched on monitoring and evaluation, which I think is so important, and as well as feedback mechanisms. And last but not least is the policy development, which I've already touched on. We don't want policy to stifle innovation, but we need it to protect people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We need to put in place sound regulatory framework to provide opportunity to private sector in order to play an important role in this WSIS implementation. Madam Afi, capacity building is key to participate to this information society. Even we have one action line dedicated to capacity building in WSIS. How WSIS, the process has been assisted African country to improve capacity building in digital skills, such as for the entrepreneur.
Thank you, Makta. I will speak in
Yes, you can speak even in Arabic if you want. Tu peux parler en français.
Parfait. D'accord, donc certainement on reconnaît tous l'impact considérable du processus de facilitation. Je vais entendre. Ok. Donc on reconnaît tous l'impact du processus de facilitation WSIS sur la mobilisation des pays africains pour le développement d'une société de l'information qui soit inclusive, sécurisée et durable. Donc après, l'un des apports les plus précieux, c'était justement la capacité à stimuler le développement des compétences numériques sur le continent. Donc l'agenda du Tunis a joué un rôle en établissant des lignes directrices claires sur l'amélioration de ces compétences, donc créant ainsi des conditions qui sont très favorables face à la consolidation d'un écosystème entrepreneurial prometteur. Donc, les piliers de ce projet permettent une adhésion 360 degrés, donc portant que ce soit sur l'infrastructure, que ce soit sur les politiques publiques, le cadre législatif, la transformation des process métiers, la couche applicative, mais surtout le développement des compétences numériques. Donc, on voit très bien que les compétences numériques, c'est un élément incontournable de cette démarche de développement d'une économie numérique qui soit inclusive. Donc, après, on a vu tous le paysage entrepreneurial africain se transformer. Donc, rendons nos entrepreneurs, on va dire, plus compétitifs. On voit de plus des jeunes Africains développer des solutions qui répondent à des problématiques locales, mais qui arrivent justement à se positionner même sur la scène internationale. Donc après, malgré ce cadre favorable, on constate qu'on accuse ce retard dans l'adoption et l'intégration des technologies de pointe, et ce retard certainement dû aux investissements insuffisants ou à la lenteur de la modernisation technologique. Donc après, c'est qu'on enregistre ce gap entre nos capacités, le potentiel de nos talents, les compétences de nos talents et leur potentiel, et la réalité quotidienne justement par rapport à l'accès aux ressources disponibles. Donc, ce qui freine justement les entrepreneurs africains aujourd'hui. Donc, le défi véritable pourra être justement de transformer ces compétences et ces talents en force motrice pour le développement d'une économie de l'économie numérique de nos propres communautés. Donc, en veillant bien sûr à ce que les femmes en particulier puissent accéder aux mêmes opportunités numériques et jouer un rôle actif sur le développement économique de nos régions. Donc, le WSIS aujourd'hui offre une opportunité unique pour redoubler l'effort sur cette direction et aligner nos objectifs avec les meilleures pratiques mondiales pour l'adoption des technologies de pointe. Donc, par rapport au secteur privé, certes, nous jouons un rôle crucial dans cette transformation. Donc, non seulement en tant que moteur d'innovation, mais surtout comme partenaire clé dans la mise en œuvre de ces solutions locales et durables.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour ça. Hein. Je pense que vous avez clairement démontré le rôle de WSIS dans le renforcement des capacités. Et, ambassadeur, in Africa, we would like to make this process, WSIS plus 20, more inclusive. Why we have people from disability here, visual impaired, and they are young, very young people. When we talk about WSIS, GDC, Pact of the Future, it is focused for our youth generation. We are going to give the floor to one group of them to give their vision for WSIS plus 20 implementation. We need them in the screen. Let's have one boy speak and give your vision for the future. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Naitwa Malik Hamis. Teknolojia imenisaidia pakubwa sana. Natokea Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Dar es Salaam. Najifunza pale teknolojia saidizi kwa sisi wenye changamoto.
Saying that his name is Malik Hamis, and he's coming from the Open University of Tanzania, and he is learning on how to use technology to adapt his current situation. And
Kwa sasa hivi ninaweza nikafanya mambo mengi sana kupitia teknolojia hii. Mwanzo nilikuwa nashindwa chochote, kusoma email, kutumia simu, mpaka niombe mtu aweze kunisomea na kunipa taarifa ambazo ninatakiwa kuzifahamu.
can use, and I'm doing quite well in developing my career.
Lakini toka nimepata mafunzo haya, vyote hivyo ambavyo nilikuwa nikisaidiwa, kwa sasa nafanya mwenyewe kila kitu.
And I got training, everything that people used to assist me, I'm now all by myself.
Ninaweza kutumia simu vizuri kabisa na kutumia pia laptop.
I can use and I can use.
Lakini ninaweza pia nikatengeneza sauti mbalimbali kupitia teknolojia hii niliyoipata pale Open University.
Can develop different types of audio, editing them, and audio.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Mwanaisha Isa from Open University in Tanzania. Teknolojia saidizi imenisaidia kuweza kutumia mitandao ya kijamii mimi mwenyewe pasipo usaidizi wa mtu wowote. Mwanzo nilikuwa siwezi kutokana na changamoto yangu ya kutokuona, nikawa napata usaidizi kutoka kwa watu wengine. Lakini baada ya kujifunza teknolojia saidizi Open University, sasa hivi naweza kutumia smartphone pamoja na kompyuta. Pia kutokana na kujua teknolojia saidizi, miaka miwili iliyopita nilishiriki coding camp hapa Tanzania, ilifanyika makumbusho. Na pamoja na kutengeneza traffic lights kwa kutumia hiyo teknolojia saidizi.
Her name is, and also from Open University of Tanzania, where she's learning various technology on how to use social media, laptop, and smartphones. 2 years back, she's among girls who attending coding camp, which was done here in Tanzania, Makumbusho. The year was 2022, and Tanzania were winners, where they learned about smart city and robotic technology. And through this technology that have been learned, it has assisted her and other participants, her friends, technology to advance their career journey and also do communication and getting information.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. Technology is accessible to everyone. It builds the capacity of a lot of through this ECA program called it Connect Africa Girl Coding Camp. As of today, we have built the capacity of more 40,000 girls across the continent, and we are very proud by the result we get with this lady in and other lady from the continent. Seems we are on the right track to involve everybody on this process. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Now let's open the discussion. We have only 30 minutes. And let's have 5 questions because we don't have to. Abiot, micro, please. Micro.
Hello, Malik. Hello, Malik.
Abiot, Abiot. Technician, please, we have to move.
Thank you, Dr. Mokhtar. And yeah, thank you also all the panelists for the sharing of best experiences and what are supposed to be done in order to address the digital divide and the gaps in our community, in African community. So my point is with regard to prioritization. I mean, the emerging technology is coming line by line with conventional technology. And if you are talking about prioritization, it is already just going even beyond the common technologies. And by this time, there is no any technology without emerging technology embedded in it. The concept of AI, the concept of Internet of Things, you know. So it is unavoidable, and it is quite difficult to think separately when we are talking about technology. Definitely by this time we are talking about emerging technology. It is going to go ahead. So, you know, the divide is there, and if you are just going like with a sense of prioritization, without just leapfrogging, it is going to be quite difficult again to gap and to widen the digital divide. And I just want to hear the panelists, all of us, just to reflect and to set directions in these aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Abiot. Kosi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Kosi from Benin. We know AI needs more data for training the model. How do you have our data in Africa to train our model and know exactly how we can provide new process for our people and let them go faster in their activities? When we are talking also about open data, we have all data online. When we do have new data every time, to update the data and let our model know exactly what we are doing day by day and perform in our activities.
Thank you. Wisdom, 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Wisdom from Ghana. Yeah, just to add up to what my brother Kosi is saying, in Africa, we have issues of data. Our national statistical system are weak. And there's a lot of work that we need to do in that regard. So I'd like to find out from all the panelists, what can we do to bridge the data gap in Africa? And then what can we also do to encourage data use? Looks like we don't use data in Africa. We do things anyhow. And then lastly, what can we do to improve the data ecosystem in Africa?
Okay, let me come here first. After I will come back to you.
Thank you so much to the panelists. As someone who crossed over from civil society into governance and politics, I'm concerned about how the civil society are also key into the national government visions in whatever they're doing in their supports of leaving no one behind. Because from what we've seen, civil society operates a donor's mandate. Or how do you manage the donor's mandate with the national agenda of your government in helping to strengthen digital innovation. Also to the private sectors that are here, everybody lives in a local community. How are you involving the local governance, the mayor? We have UCLG, are they part of the stakeholders involved? Because when you come to our countries, you speak to only the nationals, but you're afraid of also investing in the local governments because that's where our people live. When we say we don't want to leave behind, so we have a huge percentage of people within the rural community managed by the local government governance who are also who needs the digital innovation and technology in everything we do. And as a private sector as well, you are also invested in those local communities. So how are you also empowering the local governance in the communities where you're operating? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me come back to you. Let me give the floor to Ambassador because I think he has a meeting now. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Sek, I just wanted to tell you that I have to quickly rush to another engagement, and I just don't want you to see me disappear, but wanted to also appreciate the panelists for their very contextual and insightful interventions. And it is quite refreshing actually to see the last segment where you have the physically and visually challenged and the efforts that are being made to put meaning to inclusivity. I think that is very, very commendable, and we must scale that up. And the last point for the last intervention, I think she has a very valid point that we need to factor the community level at that lower level that are often forgotten is quite crucial because if we have to be people-centric and for usability to take root, we need to be able to be adaptable and to be able to contextualize. Just wanted to touch on quickly the question on the data side. I think this is one of the most important challenges that we have as a society. How do we change mindset? How do we ensure the culture of data takes root? Connectivity is critical, is crucial, is paramount, is important, but once you are connected, then what? So we tend to focus on digital infrastructure without being mindful of data infrastructure. And data infrastructure in a holistic manner. We have lots of data. I mean, Africa is not void of data, but we don't have the discipline of data. We don't have the infrastructure of data. We don't have a system view of data. So the issues of data should be in the minds of everybody. Data sovereignty, data ownership. How do we share data? Data privacy, the security of data, and the quality of data, the uniform data dictionaries and data definitions. There's a lot of work that I hope that participants in the audience will take up data as central to our ability to respond and to adapt and embrace this technology in a meaningful way. And also, if we have to worry about the guardrails that are needed, particularly in artificial intelligence and these learning models, we have to take data as one of the most top priority as we evolve in this space and as we think of as a society. So I just wanted to touch on that the audience are asking the right question, and I hope the panelists will be able to shed deeper light to these very, very pertinent questions that could be of value. And on that note, I thank everyone. I will be jumping in and out, so I will be rushing to another engagement where I have to give another statement, and then we'll connect back up. If there's no question for me, I would like to take my leave for a second and join you back later.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. for giving us time to attend this meeting, to give us guidance, also for your support. And we take note of your observation, and I'm sure panelists will also consider it during the response and in the WSIS outcome in the declaration of Addis Ababa. We are going to highlight all these issues. Thank you so much.
And Malik, I think that's why the initiative of the CSTD on this working group on data governance is very, very important. And the African perspective, the African voice around these governance issues are very, very crucial. We cannot just sit and watch and then have a knee-jerk reaction. What is at stake is huge, and we have to make it our business to be constructive and to contribute. We cannot be scared or be worried more about the risk. There's lots of opportunities, but we have to be mindful and add our voice, whether it is on the cybersecurity or whether it is on the information security or whether it's in the principles of data governance on this learning model. So I hope that the panelists can help the audience to dive deeper on some of these very, very important aspects. And I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me come to the Martin. I can have two more questions. Did we have online? Sorry, online.
Thank you very much, the panelists, and of course, Magda, for coordinating this. My question is really a question, but also just following what the ambassador said. There's something that is missing in this discussion. And what is missing is the resource that Africa has, not even mineral, but human resource. If you look at the statistics, right now we are roughly about 1.6 billion people in the continent. It is estimated by 2050, we shall be 2.5 billion people. Our youth will be rising from 830 million today to roughly about 1.6 billion, contributing to roughly about 85% of the workforce in the world. What are we doing with this human resource capacity? What is it that we need to plan for this human resource? Because it is such a resource that we shouldn't really leave it out in our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you. So I think I'll just build on to what was just said on the idea of human resource, and it's more for commentary. I acknowledge the NGO's role that was spoken so articulately. And one thing where you have a lot of the youth, and as much as we as the CSO sector are getting in and training and doing, et cetera, one permanent stakeholder you have is the teacher. So I think there needs to be a strong focus on capacitating teachers. We in Zimbabwe, for the organization I work for, we've done a STEM outreach for 10,000 girls in rural areas. And you find that the teachers themselves don't know a lot. So there's already a big gap there. So as we focus our programs, let's focus on that also. Secondly, I also want to highlight on the whole idea of private sector benefit. It's true, people, they want to make profit, and maybe it should be a strong urge that we're going to push to say, can we have tax breaks, tax incentives to import the infrastructure that we need to be developing? We speak about, I think there's a lot of talk about startups, et cetera, but enabling that resource, that Intel to develop your AI, the NIFDA to do all those things, that's not there. There needs to be a strong force for government to push on tax breaks. It's something so simple, but it could make such a huge difference. And lastly, I think I mentioned this earlier when we started the meeting, to say we need to understand how do we upskill the young people and scale out. I know certain programs, there's someone called Direct Ed, where they're coming in, they're a London-based institution that's coming in to train young people in Africa and selling that resource to companies abroad. Why can't we take initiatives as Africans and actually make something out of this to continuously develop? So we need to think around that, around the young people being asset, around capacitating permanent structures that work, and around how government can support without actually spending money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maktar. Thank you all the panelists. Just a few seconds, I want to raise 2 points. The first one, I thank you, all the panelists, and especially Madam Binta. We acknowledge what the civil activities, I mean, the role, the mandate, and the daily work the civil societies as well as the private sector, where they are key. Just give you an example from my country. When we are going, I'm going as a DG of ICT, so I'm representing ministry. We're going for the one of huge UN donors. I will not mention the name here. You know, for financing, funding. What we do now, we bring all private sector, civil society, academy, sit on the same table. Because there is something in Africa, I think we have to change the paradigm, say we have limited resources. No, the resources we have, that's my background. I was in technical community, academia, now I'm with the government. The unused money, only the unused money, both from the government, in French we say annulation. Donc when we say annulation, meaning they give you money, you are not able to use it. Both in the civil society, both in private sector. Just to give them so. Let's be innovative. And I thank you, the INECA, the job they have done in my country for making the policy, national policy of development in the 2008. But when is it to be coordinating? That's my last point to my community. Please, we have to coordinate and collaborate. Collaboration daily. Not when we have to go to the WSIS in Geneva, when we go to the World Bank, MFI, no, daily coordination. I can give you another example because of my background in technical and the private sector. For example, we see some NGOs like yours, but in ICT startup, they are coming to see my minister to say, we need what we call partnership. Because sometimes there is some misunderstanding. When they are financed by UNDP, World Bank, they only give a small amount dedicated to the private sector. But when you have that partnership with the Ministry of ICT, they increase. But then you have to partner with the ministry.
Thank you, thank you.
That's my last point to say. Okay. Coordinating, collaboration daily. We have a lot of money in Africa. Please don't say we don't have the resources, but use efficiently all the money we have already. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francis, for this contribution. One member of the parliament, one MP. 1 minute, please. ECOWAS.
I think it was important for us to respond as members of parliament because we played a middle role between the civil society organization, the NGOs, and the executive. And most of the time, there is this tension between the executive, the civil society organizations, and the NGO. I was very happy when all the panelists, especially my sister made mention of inviting the mayor, the DO, or the governor to come and open a ceremony. But my question was, do you just have him to come and open and go away? That's the question. Second part, when my sister just talked about the national development priorities of the country and the aspirations and the desires of international funders. That thing, what she said is very key. It's very key and is what brings a lot of tension in your work on the field. And so let's find a way of making sure that we involve members of parliament in our respective countries because they are the middle players. They are those that executives submit to them, whether you like it or not. There is a point that executives come and they are humble before them. When they bring the budget to parliament, they are humble. And so when you have these members of parliament with the kind of knowledge that through the ECA we have been able to gain here, to bounce back on them, there is a sure fact that your aspirations and your desires will go through. And therefore, what we are saying, what we are submitting that
work with us in your respective country. I visited a country in Africa and they were talking about a comprehensive digital rights bill. And the civil society organization and the NGO that was organizing that seminar, no member of parliament was there. And they were talking about a comprehensive digital rights bill. And I was asking myself, who will carry that bill to parliament when there is no member of parliament attending the seminar? So please get us involved in your respective country and we'll have the work done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. 1 minute, Ambassador, please. And we are running out of time now.
Okay, thank you. I have a little message for the to the African parliamentarians, let me call it lawmakers. In Nigeria, there was an issue in a kind of a crisis on cybersecurity levy, and the NGO work against it. Most of them. What I want to emphasize here is that cybersecurity, Africa should fund its cybersecurity and innovations. And two ways that we can fund it, the lawmakers should please help us to find a way to incorporate a cybersecurity budget in national, budget. We have the resources. Number two, the private sector through the innovations. If you allow private sector to do their things, they will bring investment funds and they will do it. So these are just my interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me give 1 minute to each panelist to answer, and it is your closing remark. I have also leaping, I will give you the floor after. Let me start by Abdul Karim. 1 minute to closing remark, and if you have, you can answer to any question, please.
Thank you. Very interesting questions, and I just want to focus on the questions on data and how do we make use of data. How do we bridge the data gap? I think this is a very important question. And picking up from Professor Carr, we need to look at data as a subject. Now, from what I think, every nation should start looking at first how to develop data and data management strategy and policy. I think that is first very important. You need to have a strategy and a policy that defines how you collect your national data, how you store it, and how you make it available for people to use. I think that is something very important because without that strategy and policy, it becomes very difficult for you to at least create that ecosystem. Number two, I think every nation should then start looking at how to develop, for example, a data architecture which will formulate data standards that will include data format, because that's going to be the vehicle on which all other institutions and agencies in your country will put together their data. Of course, some of the data will be structured and some will be unstructured. But when you have your data layer and which defines the standards and formats, at least you are sure that the data that is being captured is following a particular standard. And then three, what we need to do is to try to put together a data storage mechanism. How do we store the data? And then create data pipelines that will open up the data for people to be able to access and use. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you. And I wanted to respond to my sister that's coming into the room now. I don't want to embarrass her, but I specifically wanted to respond to her question around involving local communities from a private sector. And I think what's very important to understand again is the ecosystem and the mutual independence and respect that every society has to play, the civil society, the private sector and government. Just to your point, Member of Parliament, in my country, we beg government, we beg Parliament to come to our openings, and they're always busy. So I think maybe I'll invite you to come to our openings. But just again, very quickly, we need the cooperation. Everybody has to work together. Private sector needs the human resources in terms of using the skills, using the labor, whether it be skilled labor or unskilled labor. We need to support the local suppliers. We need to educate and provide training to the local community and do skills transfer, knowledge transfer. And there needs to be sustainability initiatives as well, especially, for example, in mining sectors. You know, we go and we disrupt the local communities and then we leave. We cannot do that. That is very irresponsible. And as private sector, we have to be ethical. And there needs to be civic engagement as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so very much. I appreciate that there's a lot of interest to comment on civil society. I hope that we can have some side comments later. So I'm going to make my closing remark into two. I'll respond to my sister and the representative of the government of Nigeria here, and then I'll quickly talk about the issues about data quickly. So we at 100 Women in Tech in Nigeria, we work with the government. Recently this year, in the month of March, we had a tech community impact week with two notable women from the Silicon Valley for a very impactful 10 days event. We had visits, courtesy visits to the Ministry of Education, ICT, Department of ICT. We went to the NITDA, that's the equivalent of Professor Jallo's office in Nigeria, Professor Kashifu Inuwa. We went on courtesy visits to the Ministry of Women Affairs, and they, in response to our courtesy visits to those three focal, sent us their gender policy for digital innovation to review, to send our inputs. So we work with them. And so we don't work in silos. We don't just invite them to opening ceremonies. We send them invitations to review, to collaborate, to send us. If we have a project for 1,000 girls, we request from the arrondissement, from the prefet, we tell them to send us your candidates for this project. We tell them.
Thank
so
you,
that's what we do.
Thank you, Henriette. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll pick up on civil society as well. I think that to work effectively with civil society, involve them from the outset, involve them in planning, involve them in problem definition and solution development. Yes, some foreign donors might be influencing civil society, but the vast majority of civil society organizations lack resources. If they had more access to funding locally, they would depend less on foreign donors. And then finally, to have a good relationship between government and civil society, government needs to be willing to be criticized. That's the role of civil society in the way that it's the role of parliaments. So we need to develop the comfort of that relationship and understand we can collaborate, but sometimes we also won't agree. But it's essential. We won't achieve success, as Binta had said. I think I want to comment on the leapfrogging comment, because it was a word during WSIS. It actually doesn't work. And I think what also doesn't work is putting the donkey before the cart. And I think, as the speakers who have talked about human development have said, if we want to have strong capacity in AI and emerging tech, do we invest in AI or do we invest in people? Do we invest in our human capacity? Do we invest in education? If we want strong data capacity, why do we invest in new data initiatives or national statistical agencies, educational programs at our universities? And I think that's gone wrong with WSIS. You've actually helped clarify it for me. We invest in the new shiny things rather than the fundamentals.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I agree that data is critical for the development of new technology and especially AI. And someone said here that we have a lot of data available in our websites, but in most cases, the data is not in machine readable format. So I think a data governance framework is critical because it will create conditions for the government and non-government stakeholders to achieve more effective and equitable use of data. And while some African countries such South Africa and Kenya, for instance, are making in developing AI talent, many nations like Mozambique have limited AI research capacity. I think it's time also to collaborate so that no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. after the meeting, after the closing.
Okay, so yes, we all recognize that skills are at the heart of this transformation. Our ability to develop digital skills is what will determine our success in creating competitive and inclusive economy. It's not just about access to technology, it's about having the right skills to use it effectively and to drive innovation from within our communities. So it's like shared responsibility among academics, NGOs, public and private sector. So we have to ensure that our workforce is not just keeping up with the latest technology, but it's leading the way in shaping the future of our digital landscape.
You know, we need to use our own resources. The African Union has developed an excellent African Union data policy framework. And I know some of the parliamentarians here are familiar with it. We should use that framework. And then there's a new alliance that was launched in Accra last week, the African Alliance for Access to Data. So that's something else to keep your eyes and ears open for.
Thank you very much for that. Let me give the floor now. Before I conclude, I give the floor to Liping. Liping, you have the floor.
Thank you, Magda. On behalf of the CSG Secretariat, I'd like to thank to all the panelists and also the participants for your active participation in this joint consultation organized by CSCD and ECA. We are deeply impressed by the level of engagement from you this morning. We have noted down all your interested and insightful points made, and we will take them into account and reflect them in the report that we are preparing for discussions at CSD in April 2025. We welcome you to participate in these discussions at CSD in April next year. The CSD is a platform for dialogue among the multi-stakeholders, including civil society and private sector. We strongly encourage participants from civil society and private sector to participate in this discussion. The report of the discussions will be submitted to the ECOSOC and then to the General Assembly. Last but not least, I would like to thank our colleagues in ECA for their excellent support and Magda for your wonderful moderation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Liping, for that. We are working in as one UN, and also we acknowledge this collaboration we have with the CSTD, and also your continued support to the activity done in Africa. Now, I think we don't need to make concluding remark for that. It was very, very good panel, and we get very information, very good contribution from the floor, as well as I think from there what we can say to build this information society in Africa. We need a collaborative effort from government, private sector, civil society, academia. Also, this information society should be inclusive, and member of parliament have an important role to play. We also take into consideration the key challenge we are facing in the continent: issue of connectivity, issue of data, issue of capacity building, issue of inclusivity, and don't forget issue of access. We don't discuss a lot on access, and also on energy. For further, I would like to thank you all my panelists. A round of applause, please, for you and for everyone. Thank you also for CSTD. Thank you for His Excellency to open and stay longer in this event. Let's have one group family photo, and we send to CSTD for the WSIS report review. Liping, you can stay online, and we'll have your picture in the global picture. Thank you. Let's come here.
Liping, is it over? Is it over? Is it over?
Thank you. The meeting is over now. Let's go to the next session.
Bye-bye.
Okay, before you take your seat, can you please come 11:30 after tea break, then we'll start with ITU session. Please, tea break for 20 minutes. Yeah, yeah, you did excellent.
Quoi? Tu viens faire photo, non? Tu vas entendre mon nom avant la fin.
Moi, ça ne m'étonne pas. C'est le docteur quand même. Effectivement, il faut qu'on parle.
Là, je suis en train de présenter. Non, je suis en train de présenter. Ça te prie. You know, when you make contribution, it's on. I needed it off. Isn't it the head only? I wanted it from behind. Yeah, everything.
Mr. Innocent. I, you get done?
One picture.
Je sais plus quel. Qu'est-ce que je fais? Ouais, que je parle. Yes. Thank you.
Oups, ça là. La Guinée. Merci. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the coffee break. Well deserved. I'm not sure if this is the last session. There's a cybersecurity session after this one, so let's make this efficient. I I, I think everyone in the room has received lots of information during the past course of 3 days. Um, we try to digest it, and perhaps this session that is coordinated by ITU will be on a light side, but on a very important side. We're going to be discussing how the implementation of the business action lines and advancing the SDGs are being perceived through the business stock taking and the business prizes. So I have already shared some input during the past 2 days on the importance of overall business stock taking database that ITU has been mandated since 2004, but it's never enough. So the new call is on, both for stock taking and for prizes, and this is the way how we celebrate the use of ICTs for development and now for sustainable development as well. But this is something that we need your input in order to really collect the good data and analyze it and give it back. So I encourage you to promote the business stock taking and the business prizes call within your networks and communities, so we can really share the best practices from the region and celebrate the good ones. So we already discussed various ITU activities on the implementation of the business outcomes, one of them being also the business stock taking and the business prizes. Nevertheless, other activities are as crucial, and we have went into many details in the last 2 days on this. I think that, as I mentioned, it's a lot of information to digest, and I do invite all of you to reach out to me and my colleagues in IT particular activities, or moreover, just reach out to us and tell us what would you like to highlight, promote, what are your priorities, and then we will see how we can best fit the work that you do into the business process and how we can collaborate together. So the business stock taking database started in 2004 and has more than 2 million subscribers. So how do I see this stock taking database overall? We're now just making a new business gateway online platform. Historical negotiated website that was established in 2003. We also had a look of a 2003 website. But since there is a kind of a memory on it, we're going to continue having it. However, the new online platform will have that information, but including the business forum websites, the business taking websites. This is an SDG matrix website, Angie's website, this is review website. A lot of websites out there, so we want to help you all navigate that better. So, what is the idea of this stock taking website to be? That were making impact on the ground in 2007, they would go back to this website and find this data and have a perception of where we were at that time. And of course, we can move on and share, explore by different stakeholders, by different regions, different target groups, and so on. So it's a valuable website for everyone, for the policymakers as well, but also for all those who are in the research or academia, or all those who would like to do something similar, are looking for some good examples so they can replicate in their own communities and networks. So the database has more than 13,000 submissions. Some of them have more than one project. Most of them are a result of partnerships. This session will also be discussing how are partnerships helping projects, really being planned and implemented. The stock taking database submissions from Africa, I believe we are on a good track, but we are missing a lot of input. And I know there are some challenges into why we are having 15% out of 100% of our total submissions. We do want to work with you to see how we can best address these challenges. Is it the language? The form is only in English. We don't have capacity to have it in other languages, but with the AI tools, machine learning on something that we can actually really help and translate. But also all of you can be our focal points and see how we can work together to collect data and reach out to those who are under the radar but are doing some great work. In this slide, we can see that the majority of submissions come from the government, 50%. Civil society has a strong representation in the WSIS stock taking database, followed by the private sector, and of course, academia and international institutions. This is a good representation and is pretty much the same in all other regions. So we still need to make a push to collect data from civil society, private sector, technical organizations, as the call is really, calling everyone to submit. Sometimes there is an overwhelming, feeling. This is a United Nations process, and it's, probably not for me. It's for some governments, for some other people. But I face this, and we face this at every session like this in the last 20 years, making sure to address that this belongs to you. The ITU is an equal stakeholder as anyone else in this room. So please make sure that you understand that this stock taking is a good opportunity to share the good work you're doing and to promote those best practices from every stakeholder. The submission, an ICT project. People think, okay, maybe my project is not, enough of an ICT project to submit. But to us, to our database, a multi-billion project on, submarine cables is the same as someone using a social media page to inform its neighborhood about a particular, issue. It's using ICTs and making some impact and development. So this is, kind of a plastic way of describing what kind of projects we're looking for. All of them, as long as there are two keywords: digital, ICT, technology, and of course, development. So in 2012, as an integral part of the WSIS stock taking, ITU has launched the WSIS prizes, and we have been really receiving lots of submissions because of the WSIS prizes as well. WSIS stock taking is an ongoing call. You can submit at any time. For the WSIS prizes, there are some time deadlines because we have to go through processes of selecting the best ones. The contest has been seen as one of the major global contests for celebrating the good work of those ICT practitioners for development. And we continue to run every year, really growing the numbers. This is the image of this year's WSIS prize ceremony during the WSIS Plus 20 Forum High-Level Event 2024. So out of 360 nominated projects to the online voting phase, there were 18 winners selected and 72 champions, meaning 90 of them, 5 in each of 18 WSIS action lines. The submissions in the last 2 years that I would like to highlight, particularly here, is that you can see that there is a shift in the stakeholder submissions. And this is really the trend in other regions as well. At the very beginning, it was really, government submitting. But now things are changing in so many ways, also within the WSIS process and as well in WSIS stock taking. And I'm here to really applaud on all the efforts from the stakeholders, including governments who are promoting this call, but everyone else on really taking the time and submit. Submission itself often becomes a copy-paste of the description of your project that you have, of course, in English. but we can also, see how we can help you, go through the submission itself. We are always open to host some virtual trainings on more on the, what WSIS stock taking is and how to submit for the WSIS prizes. And we're looking into, of course, hearing from you more on, how can we promote the great work that is done in the region. The finalists in 2024, as I mentioned, out of 90, 60.6% are from the African region. What is really important to say that for the WSIS prizes since 2012 until now, there were 110 WSIS prize champions and 31 WSIS prize winners. And it's always good to, go back and, congratulate all of them for their work. And we will be doing something very special next year as we are all approaching the final review that we are all working together in this room. As we heard this morning from the colleagues from CSTD, and of course UNECA and all other UN agencies, there is a joint preparatory process towards the review. One, as I mentioned in one of my slides, one of the final milestones towards this final review will be the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event 2025, taking place in Geneva from 7th to 11th of July. And, we will be having a ceremony for the 2025 winners and champions, but we're also trying to see how we can, bring back all those former WSIS prize winners and champions and, celebrate their successes over the past 20 years. Some additional data, and the last data on these 2 years is the leading contributors from the countries in the African region, with Algeria, Tanzania, and South Africa submitting the most projects, while 140 submissions were submitted overall. So most of them are really tapping on the ICT applications, e-agriculture, e-government, but lots of cultural diversity is also action line that is most represented. So once again, these are the deadlines. The calls are open. I invite all of you to consider reviewing, exploring, submitting to these calls for this year. So this is the presentation that I just wanted to use as an introduction to this session. We have an amazing panel today. We have the WSIS prize winners and champions from the region. And of course, it is my great pleasure to have them with me at this panel to give back to this room also their experiences of going through this process and what this really means for them. So I would like to start with the Honorable Nima Lugangira from the Parliament of Tanzania, who has been very active in the WSIS process, not only through the Omuka Hub project that was rewarded as the WSIS Prize 2023 champion in the ICT applications, but also as one of the WSIS gender trendsetters, a question that I will come back to later. Honorable Nima, could you please share more with us what is Omuka Hub about and how was receiving this award perceived within the community that the project serves?
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, I'm Nema Lugangira, Member of Parliament here in Tanzania, but also founder of an NGO called Omuka Hub. Omuka in Kagera, it means home. So basically, Omuka Hub is focused on making sure that we can accelerate digital inclusion and development in rural regions, in particular peripheral regions. And we were established in we started operating in 2021 and got registered, operating in 2020 and got officially registered in 2021. And we have focused our activities solely on making sure that we bridge the digital divide in the rural areas. And we're doing this in the following main groups. Number one is the schools, to making sure that students have access to digital skills. Although, of course, at the moment we have limited equipment, but at least with the limited equipment we do, We go to the schools, primary schools and secondary schools, to provide the education, the digital skills education. Number two, we work with the elderly community, because as we know, as the government is digitizing a lot of services, so the elderly also have to access those services through digital means. So it's very important for also elderly not to be left behind. We also work in health centers in supporting, for example, pregnant women to access health information through their phones, but also the health officials at that local level to have the digital skills necessary to use the equipment that the government takes to those places. So in 2023, which is last year, we were lucky to be WSIS Prize champion, and our work that led us to being to get that, to be selected as a winner, was the work that we're doing with the elderly, the active, digital skills that we're providing to the elderly community so that they're able to access health information. So I think the biggest takeaway for me, which I can say, being mindful of time, is as individuals, we can always come up with interventions, but it's important to look at what interventions in your community, because there's so many things that need to be done, and you don't have to do what others are doing. So try look at your community and look at where is the gaps. So one of the gaps we found was the elderly. Some of them have the smartphones, but they don't know how to use them. Or even things like some of the elderly lose a lot of money, like M-Pesa. You find relatives send them money on their phones, but it's other people who have the passwords. So people are using the money without even the knowledge of the person who actually is supposed to that money is for, let's say, if it's for a grandma, elderly lady, but because she doesn't know how to use the phone, she has trusted any young chap in the area who's helping her. So they have all the passwords. So they end up using all the money and the lady doesn't even know. But also to access information, if it's pension related or any other information in government which you need to access through online. And that led us to win. So from that experience, what I can say is that each one of us can come with interventions at community level. And it's important not just to do things in the cities. It's important to look at those little things that can be done in the rural peripheral areas, but have a large impact. And a good case is this project that we did. And despite the fact that we had been registered not more than, I think it was within the same year that we got officially registered, but still the impact that we were doing prior to being registered, got us that recognition. So it's important to document the work that you're doing. It's important to actively engage the communities. And also it's important as the organization to be online. Because if you want to go for WSIS Prize, definitely they're going to do due diligence. If they do due diligence, they search you online and you're nowhere to be seen, even if you're creating an impact, they're not going to be able to have that proof because they cannot fly down all the way to Bukoba. So I think it's important, find niche areas within the communities, find out what kind of projects you can do. And like the project that we're doing doesn't need a lot of money to do. We were able to do with our own savings. You start slowly, and then you get the recognition, and from there you can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Nima Mugandira. I'm just trying to connect my microphone. Okay, all right. Let's once again thank you, Honorable Hanima Lugangira, for the great work that you do and the capacity that you use. You have knowledge on the ground of issues that are for you important, and this is a great example of how every one of us, can really extend beyond our core business. Another this is pioneer, if I can say, Henriette. From the very beginning, and no wonder you are with us again at this panel today. You were involved heavily in the work of the African School of Internet Governance that was guiding Africans on internet governance since 2013. Then in 2017, there was, I believe, a huge milestone when the project received the WSIS Prize winning award. So do you remember any of the feedback at that time, any inspiring stories that you would like to share? And what do you really, how do you see, the impact of WSIS prizes in, the importance of it for the project similar to the African School in Internet Governance, please?
I'm very embarrassed to be on the panel again. I just have to say that. Vladimir, I remember you chasing me around because I think you were worried that I would disappear before I could get the award. I was in the ITU and he kept I kept escaping and he kept finding me again. I remember that, but you looked after me very well. Actually, in my organization, I really have to give credit here to APC and its members. We've won the award twice. Well, we won the GEM, the Gender Award, earlier. African School on Internet Governance, it really was an honor. And the reason it was such an honor to win is because we could share that with the alumni. So I want to say in this room, there are a few people here, I see them, who's been to the African School of Internet Governance. Just if you can raise your hands. Aisha, where's Baba Jalil? There's another one there. And I don't even remember all the names anymore because we now have, and of course the honorables, because we have by now about 500 alumni that has been in the school since 2013, as Vladimir said. It's a multi-stakeholder initiative. It's a collaboration between the African Union Commission in Addis, Research ICT Africa at University of Liz is our representative, and Association for Progressive Communications. It's a leadership development initiative. We actually bring together what we see as people that are already playing a leadership role, as a member of parliament, or as a youth activist, or as a gender activist, or a journalist. We often have government officials as well, particularly middle to senior management. We had Martin. I was so proud to have Martin Koyabe at a cybersecurity, African cybersecurity expert participate in AfriSec in 2022. In fact, we had the head of the Ghanaian Cybersecurity Agency, Albert, as well. And our philosophy is that everyone is a resource. The school is a space where whether you are younger or new, you have knowledge, and your knowledge has value. And if you are a member of parliament, you might not know a huge amount about data, but you know about representative governmental processes and oversight. And then you can share that. Mawaki over there, I'm very proud to see him. That's why I'm happy to see him. He's been a faculty member for us for many years. So I won't dwell more on that. I'll say AfriSec is taking place this year. The 12th AfriSec will be in Addis Ababa. I think for us, what we do is we evaluate. Kosi has been talking about the need for data. We actually do not just an annual evaluation, we commission an independent evaluation that does long-term tracer studies, that looks at the impact of the school 4, 5, 6 years after people have been to the school, and we learn a huge amount from that. What we learned from the ITU process, what was so helpful, was that it forced us to document. And Nima also mentioned that, how important it is to document your work. And I think we often don't document our work. We do, because the need is so great and the pressure is there, we just deliver. But documenting what you do means you can then go back and analyze it and learn from what worked and what did not work. And the prize forced us to create promotional material, but also statistical material, which we would not have done if it wasn't for the prize. But yes, as I said, the biggest pleasure really was that we could share it. I think I see wisdom here. I remember there were people that carried that big prize, that heavy award, all the way back to Africa. To the ICANN meeting, and everyone wanted to have a picture with the AfriSig ITU WSIS award, which was a very nice thing as well. So I'm happy to answer questions and share more experiences, but let me give back to you and let's hear from Togo.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you very much. So this documentation that we are all talking about and reporting, it requires some extra effort by each of us. It would be my greatest desire and wish to go around and just document myself or with my colleagues through the visit stock taking, but some will be left out, and then I'll have issues. Why did I document this and not something else? So this really has to go back to you to submit. You don't necessarily have to submit your own projects. You can submit any other projects that you are aware of that you believe should be promoted globally, and of course back to regionally as well. The WSIS stock taking has these annual reports for the global annual reports, but it also has biannual regional reports. It's just some kind of a compilation that is really just collecting and reporting back to the regions. So as I'm, once again, documentation being very important. When I say 1,000 projects submitted per year, there are like millions of projects out there. So it's a great success of 1,000, but I think there is plenty more to come. So I again encourage you to consider these examples, these success stories, and see how you can also become a WSIS Prize champion or a winner. We also have today with us Toko Maya, and thank you very much for being on the panel. We had some good discussions during the past 2 days outside of this meeting room, and I'm very impressed by the work that you're doing servicing communities on the local level, national, regional. Perhaps you can introduce a bit more about yourself, your work, maybe on the Girls Hype project as well.
I think I'm just going to stand for this one because
yeah.
Good afternoon, I'm Toko Mia. I'm the CEO at Girl Hype Women Who Code, Girl Hype Coders, which is a digital skills enablement platform, academy, and incubation hub in South Africa. We focus quite extensively on bridging the digital divide and specifically the gender digital divide through skills enablement. I myself sit on the National eSkills Tech Exit PMO. I'm a researcher at the Center of AI and I'm a candidate member of parliament with the South African Electoral Commission at Build One South Africa. I'm also the president of the ISOC South Africa chapter. And so there's quite a comprehensive skill set portfolio that I'm working with in order to be able to satisfy domestic supply and demand, especially in terms of skill sets. So South Africa's got a huge problem in terms of unemployment. Our population sits at 65% unemployment, and many of those are youth. There's this huge deficit between school leavers compared to school entrants. There's a greater barrier between those who actually leave school and who can find employment or access a university. So that's the biggest one, and that's what's also leading towards this drive towards the missing middle. And then we further have not being able to fill future-ready skills jobs. So, the program is centered in Cape Town, but we're working all across the country. We work with collaboration in accredited and non-accredited curricula, accredited by both private sector and government, and ensuring that there is a industry-led, strong mindset, ensuring that we're actually working with industry in the tech talent. We work in a reverse engineering model where we actually go to private sector, find out what exactly it is they need in order to be able to employ young people, and then we build our skills development programs around that model so that we can directly filter into the pipeline of those future ready skills, whether it's in data or emerging technologies. We also have a partnership. We're a tier 1 service level provider to the media MICT-SETA, which is our national skills authority, working with underserved communities, specifically rural communities, women, girls. We've run initiatives like the Code Clubs programs, but essentially we've been part of the establishment of the national framework for the 4th IR skills, which is been in terms of setting up the future of work and ensuring that we're gearing up opportunities for young people to be able to be trained and develop into the subsectors that are aligned with the global competencies. Furthermore, On the C3 access to information and knowledge, we work with initiatives like the Girl Hype Digital Trucks projects, with Close the Gap, enhancing access to information and knowledge, especially in rural and underserved communities, aligning directly with WSIS for a focus on providing equitable access to information for all. We're also part of the National 4th Hour Skills Gap Research Committee, so we're also rolling out research initiatives for this. TVET strategic initiatives for the SDPs and the rollout of the research chairs. We are currently working on a model where we will launch with the TVETs at a national structure, the research chairs, which would be a central focal point for 4th IR research in the country, enabling up to 100 PhD candidates per year. Forgive me, I don't have the stat for the master's students, but we're going to be specifically looking at your emerging technologies and your 4th IR skills, your AI, data, DevOps, programming, development, software, and the research chair for 2025 that we're about to launch this month is actually themed the impact of generative artificial intelligence of future skills, and will feature quite a comprehensive TVET strategy alongside the University of Technologies for rollout and advancement of research into ICT development and enablement of skills, and specifically jobs creation in these fields. So, I mean, for us, it comes down to an enabling environment where technology and tools can be used for qualitative and quantitative measure. We also have a considerable amount of impact in rural areas in connecting the unconnected. So last mile service provision, creating what I have termed the experience of learning, which is industry exposure for young people where it otherwise would not exist as well. Working in the policy framework, we're partnered to the South African Internet Governance Forum. We launched the first national and regional initiative in South Africa. We launched the South African Youth Internet Governance Forum, led by Girl Hype as a NRI outreach activity. And then we also partner with the ISOC, and we work, quite closely with the local chapter, since I am the president. Another element that we focus on quite extensively, the name says it all, but cultural diversity, identity, linguistic diversity, and local content, working on initiatives like universal acceptance and how it can be implemented by specifically female managers within tech companies to enable drive towards a more multilingual infrastructure system, promoting and engaging responsible use of internet and digital technologies, internet security, cybersecurity, and ethical considerations within the digital age, promoting trust, confidence, and ethical behavior in the use of ICTs, aligning with the WSIS agenda, C3 ethical dimensions of the information society at Girl Hype. Quite a large portion of our work is also on international and regional cooperation. We work with your international NGOs, your Mozilla, your Internet Society, to demonstrate commitment towards capacity building and policy making. And taking part in multi-stakeholder forums is one of the ways that we ensure that our work is also seen as opposed to directly implemented. Public-private partnerships at the core of our model, and also outline our funding structure. So that's a little bit about the work that we do at Girl Hype. We are in South Africa. These are contact details.
Thank you, Toko. Maybe I can ask you to remain at the podium and ask you some questions. I'm very excited to see that you have very well presented that your ICT project is implementing more than one action line. And of course, this is something that we have been collecting for each of the projects that are being submitted. However, for the WSIS prizes itself, we have to select one of them. So this one of them is either for you to decide which one you really want to highlight the work most on. But I don't see this project in the WSIS prizes and the WSIS stock-taking database. So do you plan to submit, and how do you see the value of the WSIS stock-taking and the WSIS prizes, something that I've been discussing in the entire meeting these 2 days?
Absolutely, we do plan to submit. I think this is one of those places where we actually have been calling for intercontinental collaboration. We've been calling for an understanding. We don't have statistics and data. There's so many of these types of organizations that operate in silos, and so the data is not correctly collected. So we know the stats, we can see that there's unemployment, but in understanding how that solution is being fulfilled, that's where we actually need to have these types of processes and collaborative opportunities cross-continentally and then also regionally within local countries. But then beyond that, it's the support as well that the WSIS Prize provides in enablement and opportunity and networks and leveraging. It's very, there are very many of good organizations, NGOs, and civil society groups, volunteer associations that are doing incredible work in South Africa and in the continent that deserve to be put onto platforms, that deserve to be well connected and identified with relevant stakeholders. So for me, when I look at the WSIS Prize and I look at the action lines, I see that there's clear identification of the addressing of this problem. In community, in impact, in scale, in reach, and measurement, particularly quantifiable, qualifiable measurements. It's beyond a monitoring and evaluation structure. It's beyond an ecosystem, and it's absolutely required for us to be able to create longevity impact in the work that we do, and impact assessment as well, but also a wonderful celebration too, to say, you know, Africa is a thriving, diverse, vibrant, bright continent filled with so many language and culture and religious aspects. We're truly a plethora of identifications. And as we move into the digital age, as we move into the fourth IR, future-proofing our next generations, future-proofing ourselves and our culture and identity is so critical. So WSIS Prize is actually allowing for that kind of collaborative activity to take place, the African way, in a colorful and well-presented, broad, diverse, inclusive manner. So absolutely.
Thank you very much, Tokwa. We look forward to receiving these many applications from the African region. They really deserve this kind of applause as well at the WSIS Prizes ceremony next year. So I do welcome you to contribute and to promote this opportunity within your networks and communities. Next question, I would like to go back to Honorable Nima Lugangira, who is also a WSIS gender trendsetter. And I would like to maybe take this opportunity to have you with us and share with the rest of the audience how does this gender mainstreaming, you know, what are the values of WSIS that should include, are including gender mainstreaming, and how can we, you know, include the gender as central aspects of digital transformation efforts in Tanzania and the region?
Thank you very much. First, I would like to congratulate Toko on the great work that she's doing. And on the aspect of collaboration, I think that we have also discussed several times to see how is it that Girls Hype and Omukab can collaborate. And I think that's an area maybe also WSIS can see how to better, you know, create that platform of collaboration. And with regards to their submission to the WSIS prizes, I think definitely they should submit for that. But I would just like to echo what you said, is that it's important for them to pick one action line, the one that they feel that they have the most impact in, so that they can have the best chances of winning. So Toko, I'm giving you all the best. And if you need any guidance, feel free to reach out. Now with regards to the WSIS Gender Trendsetter, in 2022, I had the great honor of being appointed by the ITU to join the first ever WSIS Gender Trendsetter, and there is 20 of us who were selected, including the UNESCO Assistant Director General, who is responsible for all matters of digital, Dr. Taufik Jalasi, and a good number of them. And I'm going to share in particular the importance, first of all, for me, of being part of a WSIS Gender Trendsetter was when we won the WSIS Prize. Obviously, WSIS and ITU don't provide travel support. But when Omukab was nominated to win, it is among the WSIS Gender Trendsetter. One of them actually said, you know what, Nema, you have to be there, and my office will facilitate for your travel. So already you can see that by being part of the WSIS Gender Trendsetter, there is opportunities of collaboration between the organizations. That's number one. But number two, in my being part of the WSIS Gender Trendsetter and having the opportunity to work closely with a UNESCO Assistant DG, we have been able to, number one, UNESCO had a big training program for judges. But through my being part of the WSIS Gender Trendsetter, UNESCO is now finalizing having the same training package that was for judges now for parliamentarians. So that's on the parliamentary level. But then on the context of Tanzania, UNESCO has signed an agreement with our ICT Commission, whereby they're going to be providing digital skills to government officials, meaning civil servants. So all of that is through my being on the WSIS Gender Trendsetter with these leaders. And then obviously through that and the close collaboration with UNECA, even this meeting happening in Tanzania, it's something that I have worked on for the last 2 years to try and see how do we get WSIS meeting to Tanzania. And I would like to also sincerely thank the ITU Secretary General, Madam Doreen, for the 2 occasions I had in meeting her and asking, can the WSIS meeting come to Tanzania, and through the support of UNECA. So I'm very pleased that finally, it is here in Tanzania. And all of that, it is as a result of me being part of the WSIS Gender Trendsetter. So I think what I would like to echo is that whenever we get opportunities to be in such platforms, we need to make sure that we find avenues, to open doors and to pave way for enhanced representation or enhanced skilling, as I did for the parliamentarians. Because if UNESCO are training judges, but what about parliamentarians? So now they're doing a whole structure of training parliamentarians, which will also be done in collaboration with the IPU and ITU. And, but also to use these positions to try and see what can we do for our African continent, what can we do, not only the country that you're from, for example, I'm from Tanzania, but also to look at continentally, what is it that we can do in this space together. So to conclude, when we're talking about digital gender gap, the gap is huge. But I think one of the biggest things that I would like you, Vladimir, to take away is the importance of access to funding for interventions that are targeting to bridge digital gender gaps, but also most importantly, rural. Because there's a lot of opportunities in urban areas, but the rural community is still left behind. And I see Wisdom here. Wisdom they had a huge innovation of, I think, a backpack of seeing how they can integrate connectivity in the rural. And I think it's important for organizations like WSIS, ITU, UNECA, UNESCO to see how to support such interventions so that we can accelerate the digital development and inclusion on our continent. To conclude, I think that as WSIS, we need to do a lot more work also to getting the involvement of parliamentarians, because a lot of the reporting, a lot of the action lines, we need to follow through and make sure that our respective ministries are actually, submitting, actually communicating, because you on your end you have to collect the data. As we saw in a lot of the presentations that were made, some of the MPs were wondering how come their countries are not there, but their countries are doing a lot of work in that space. So it means there's a communication gap somewhere. And to bridge that gap, I think members of parliament can play a key role in that space. So going forward in these activities that are left towards the high-level meetings, I think we should organize a dedicated session for parliamentarians which we can go through each action line and the status of each country, so that we can see how best can we push for our respective governments to make the necessary submissions ahead of the final meetings. Because we don't want to get to the final meeting, Zimbabwe or Cameroon or Uganda are not there, while actually they're doing a lot of work on the ground. So thank you, but you can count on us, on our support. Yes, and next year we're also going to submit for the WSIS prizes, but we're also coming up with an intervention of trying to see how we can raise awareness to the communities and the different countries, especially on the African continent, so that they become more aware of this opportunity and also make submissions. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you for this open call that you have shared to everyone to use the existing platforms. This is the crucial thing. We are there to help, support, coordinate, provide, networking, but we need to hear from you. So please use the existing platforms, the gender mainstreaming special initiative at the WSIS Forum. Use the WSIS stock taking to promote, to network, and to share knowledge.
Sorry, I just remembered something very important. In 2022, through the participation of UNECA, we organized a girls' coding camp here in Tanzania. And it was very successful. We had 100 girls. But for the first time in the history of UNECA organizing the girls' coding camp, Tanzania, we had 15% of the participants were girls with visual impairment. And it was incredible that we made sure when we're talking about digital inclusion, and I thank UNECA, I thank Maktasek and his entire team, that they were flexible enough to accommodate that, okay, we will have a few of the girls who are girls with visual impairment. And I remember Bakta is here and everybody were like, how are we going to do it? But we were like, let's give them a chance. And they did a great job, and they were actually among the winners. And even today, thanks to WSIS and UNECA, they're here and they're teachers here. I think Cosmas, na wasichana wetu wa Umuka mngesimama na mwalimu, msimame mpigiwe makofi, so they're all here. They're doing incredible amount of work. You can't imagine. They can use their iPads, they can do coding. And I remember that it's important I highlight this so that in whatever intervention we do, let us find a way to accommodate them. Let's find ways to include them. Thank you. That was all.
Thank you. I could not say this better. So thanks again, and congratulations to the communities in Tanzania for making progress. We are finishing and wrapping up this session because of the time limitation, but I would love to hear a final word from Henriette. WSIS Prizes is a part of the WSIS stock taking, which is going to be a part of the WSIS review in 2025. Do you have any message, or how do you envision this stock taking process beyond 2025, or suggestions of how we can improve?
I've been thinking about that. I think that the power of the stock taking is it's the power of telling the stories, as Nima and Toko has been saying. It shows they are doing things. But I think we also need, going back to what Kosi and others have said, we also need data, we need analysis. So I'm wondering, what about a prize that actually focuses on initiatives that assess impact? Or that help us actually do that kind of more meta-level stock taking, so we can find a way of taking all this fabulous, this repository of examples of initiative, but then analyze it from the perspective of looking where are the gaps, how do we build continuity, how do we go forward? Because just telling good stories are not enough if they don't actually transform our societies in the longer run. So that would be my one suggestion. But I think absolutely it's a powerful initiative, and I commend you for it, and I feel very proud to have been part of it.
Thank you very much. I have to say that maybe we are not the best as storytelling, but we'll make sure to communicate better on all these amazing stories coming from around the world, including the region of Africa. And we invite all of you to, again, winning something at the global level should not stop there. You have to go back home and promote back home with communities, networks of these awards that you have received on the global level. That makes impact. These are your stakeholders, and this is where you can get funds and things that are missing to further progress the project. So once again, I would like to thank all of our speakers today, and congratulations on your many successes, and we look forward to seeing submissions for the WSIS prizes next year. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're just going to transition very quickly to the next session. The next session will be looking at cyber resilience and what we call the confidence measures that many countries have taken in. Can I just call the panelists to come on the stage, please? The panelists, where you are. Yeah. So first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers and of course the Republic of Tanzania to welcoming us here, and UNECA, and also the partners who are behind this successful event. My name is Dr. Martin Koyabe, GFC Africa. I'll be your moderator for today, but also the key person between you and lunch. So I'll make sure that I take care of that timing. We really have a very important session this afternoon, which we want to get on with. And we are going to look at the CBMs. These are confident building measures, and also the cyber resilience, and how does it relate to one of our work stack. Could you just put the other slides, please? I think they've put the different slides, please. With me, I have on my left, my immediate left is Yusuf Kileo. I will make sure that they speak for themselves to introduce themselves much further. And then the further right is none other than Ambassador Segun Ologbile, who will also give us a session on what he does. So I'll just give them 1 minute to introduce themselves and also tell the audience what you're doing. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I feel like you guys are tired. Is it because we are looking forward for the lunch, or what happened? Good afternoon. Well, actually, my name is Yusuf Kileo, a cybersecurity and digital forensics investigation expert. I have a long history, I worked with several organizations before, things like TTCL, our telecom company here in Tanzania. I worked with cybercrime unit. I was fighting cyber criminals in Tanzania. I've also been a board of AFICTA and many, many other things, ICANN and so on. One thing about me, I was only trained in cybersecurity and digital forensics. So if you take me outside this particular area, I'm not able to do anything. But when it comes to cybersecurity and digital forensics, yes, I can be able to do something. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, UNECA. I'm simply Segun Ologbile. I've been a cybersecurity advocate and a practitioner as well. I've pioneered the cybersecurity program in Nigeria, and I'm a member of the Nigerian Cybersecurity Advisory Council, and at the same time, a member of the Nigerian Advisory Council on E-Commerce. I really appreciate the fact that we have the opportunity to share what we have done over the course of a year. I've been in it since 2007 when I caught the vision, and I've been very consistent up to today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. As you can see behind me, we have one more panelist who wasn't able to make it. That is Dr. Jameson Olufuye, who wasn't able to make it for this particular session. Just moving forward, let me just put some of the basic concepts just before we have a presentation by the ambassador. This session, as I said earlier, will be looking at confidence measures that we do have, and many countries and regions have been able to implement. We'll also look at areas of cyber resilience and how do we make sure that it relates to item number 5 of the WSIS action line number 5. And the aims really here is to look at the promotion of cyber diplomacy, how do we foster international relationship, cooperations, and even dialogue within member states, because I'm sure this is part of where we have a lot of effort that is required. There's also the issue around developing what we call the norms and understanding these norms and the confidence measures that are being taken by member states, especially around the globe, and to understand Africa's position, and especially the regions where we within these particular sentiments. And then further, we want to make sure that we enhance the resilience through capacity building. What are the efforts that are going on within your countries, especially for countries that are already embarking on digital strategies and making sure that they have the digital programs that are going on. We know that without a resilient infrastructure, then even when you are putting up all these digital applications and tools, it will not be able to sustain what we call the threats that are there. And therefore, we'll see what Tanzania have done. And we have, I think, Yusuf here to tell us that. But first of all, let's look at the perspective of the recent GCI study that was done by ITU for member states. We want to relate that and see how does it relate to this particular topic. So I'll give this opportunity to the ambassador to give us just a short preview in your presentation, roughly about 5 minutes, to just give us an overview of how it relates to the WSIS program and all these efforts that are going on, looking at what member states have done. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Please, can you, I think there's a better presentation that I gave to you. Can you give the PDF version, please? I will be looking toward the African WSIS plus 20 review, the success, the challenges, and the prospects. I will probably just give you an assessment of the progress and the challenge and what have been done and how it connects with the GDC. Now, okay. Thank you for this opportunity to present my insight. Once again, I'm a president of the Global Network for Cyber Solutions, and we have been established since 2008, and it's a vision that we have cut for ourselves, and we have done substantial work. Now, my presentation will dwell on the statistics and the facts available, what countries in Africa, have done over the course of a year. I'll rely much on the ITU, okay. Rely more on ITU recent statistics, which is of 2024. I know there are a bit of gaps and the error margin. I know there may be 1 or 2 issues, but that's still the best that we have for now. We can always improve on it. Now, I also just look at how it assets, how it's actually responding to what the African countries have done over the course of the year. Wow. Please, can you give, this is not what I presented. I have a better one. Please, PDF version is the completely, okay. I give you the PDF version, that will be better. So, WSIS is a fundamental global framework, and especially the phase 5 of the WSIS forum. It is focused on the implementing SDGs and the WSIS action line. And then it emphasized on cybersecurity and privacy, among other action lines. It has motivated a global actions, including us as well in Nigeria. However, let's quickly look at the progress so far. Let's see what's, can you please load my slide and see what the African countries have done. And then I'll also be looking at, it is essential for us to also look at, no, this is not my presentation, please. Mr. Chairman, can I please, so that they can sort themselves out, please. My slide, please. Or will you use my laptop?
Or maybe you can read from the laptop.
Yeah, I want the audience to see the statistics. So, once again, I will look at the African progress in the context of WSIS 20+ action line on cybersecurity. And then I think it's important for us to establish the rationale. Why are the African countries responding toward implementing cybersecurity strategy and measures? Okay. Okay. So, of course, it has been laid here that all over the world, we've had exponential growth in migration to cyberspace. We've had increase in digital service and all that. Then we also have increase in the demand. I can't control this from there. I can't control it from there. Let me just continue. I can't continue from there. So there has been increase in the demand, and we are beginning to see cybercrime as a service. And of recent, the cost of cyber global crime has been almost $10.5 trillion by Google. By 2025, the cost of cybercrime as a service, because cybercrime is being offered as a service now, and the emerging technology dynamics and the demands from African to safeguard their investments to protect the people and the data. However, it is always essential for us to look at the scope of WSIS. WSIS gives us a very strategic scope. But one of the scope that has been challenging really has to do with enhancing digital trust and confidence, which fall within the context of GDC. Now, I would love us to see the ITU progress reports. Can you please continue? Continue, please. Continue. Now, the ITU recently released a 2024 Global Cybersecurity Index. It gave us the indicators how they came up about it. But the most important emphasis here is that Africa is really not doing bad. If you look at the context within which ITU measured the performance and the progress of African countries, from the context of legal, technical, organizational capacity, and cooperation. So within the African context, if you compare that with all other regions, at least we have, to an extent, outperformed the Americans. When I saw these statistics, yeah, I can actually support that notion, because cybersecurity has always, in fact, it has taken more of a front burner issues, and African countries have prioritized in the present circumstance. Now, let's look at it. Number one, you look at the enhanced digital trust and confidence. What has been done so far? I go to the next slide. If you look at the statistics, The African region has really, they've improved on their cybercrime legislations. We have had an increase in cybersecurity awareness, and we have had, increase in establishments of the technical measures, SATs, and all that. And we've also had the strengthening of this capacity, the cybersecurity capacity building, though at the level of risk management framework and policy engagement. But the other side, which has to do core skills, we still have some challenges. Then in the areas of fostering international corporations, we have seen interplay of at least engagement of African countries in international, discussions and engagement on cybersecurity issues. And if you look at that statistic, it speaks to it as well, because if you compare what we have done in the past, there is an increase, in engaging the international community, cooperating toward a basic framework to ensure that we have an harmonized, response on cybersecurity. Next slide. Unfortunately, you are not aligned with mine, so just stop it. Let me flow. In the areas of fostering cooperation as well, we've seen the adoption of African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. And we've also seen the adoption of the Convention 108 Plus, which has been orchestrated by the Council of Europe. And we have also seen that most African countries are, adopting and signing, onto African, onto Budapest Conventions on cybercrime. But however, we have started seeing a shift from cybercrime to cybersecurity. And we have seen an attempt in trying to create a cybercrime legislations and at the same time looking at the cybersecurity component. Because over the course of the year, we have seen the impact. We have seen that cybercrime engagement is overshadowing the need to build internal cybersecurity capacity. And then I would have loved to show you statistics here, but unfortunately you cannot see it. African country is also performing to an extent in the areas of protecting digital rights and freedom. Let me use this as an example. We spoke about the need to adapt international instruments rather than to adopt. Let me use Nigeria as an example. We have seen the success of a data protection in the context of human rights, and that has deepened the consciousness in the heart of the people that data is not just a data you handle anyhow. It has become a critical part of you. So that has been fully, at least we've seen a regulatory implementation. We have seen the effort aimed at deepening that. And then industry has been created as well. Then in the areas of emerging technology, we have also seen the integration of AI in the operation of SAT. You see, we have seen African countries operating cybersecurity drill among themselves. It may not yet be at the level that we're expecting, but really, we have seen that effort. I think with increased commitment and funding, that should be enhanced in future. Then we have also seen as well the attempt at monitoring performance, because at least we have seen the third-party operator from the civil society, they have begun to ask questions. Let me give another example as well. There was a time we had cyber crime levies and all that. We saw how it generated interest from the private sector, from the civil society and non-government organization. They are getting engaged in cybersecurity advocacy as well. But then the most important thing is the accountability framework, because we have always been saying that cybersecurity should not be militarized. We have seen efforts or an attempt from the African countries in wanting to militarize cybersecurity. And we have also seen that the non-governmental sector, they've done at least to a larger extent in convincing the government to change the approach toward a civilian-led cybersecurity program. So I'd love to show you this to compare what we have done in Africa as what we have done in the Americas, where we're performing well, We are performing well, and we have 5 countries in Africa. Yeah. No. Okay. I've already gone far. Okay, thank you. As you can see here, this gave us a comparative regional cybersecurity performance. What I did here is to bring up the ITU, what they have done in terms of measuring what we have done in Africa and what other guys have done in other regions. We are not really doing bad. If you look at the first-tier level, you see that we have 5 African countries performing well. And if you compare the other regions as well, you can see the difference. Now, looking at the timeline, if you look at the timeline here, we can see that the WSIS 20 plus, the WSIS plus 20 timeline, within the short time, gave us between 2023 and 2025. And anyway, the most important thing here is that the African cybersecurity environment and commitment is growing. It's growing because if you look at that statistics, over 80% of African countries have adopted one strategy or policy, and they have implemented some certain, at least certain level of measures. But the main challenge that we have is while we are moving to the next midterm operations, if you look at it very well, you look at the need to enhance cybersecurity capacity building and fostering international cooperation. But my main concern here is the cybersecurity capacity building, in terms of skill acquisitions, in terms of a tool that is needed to drive cybersecurity program in Nigeria, in Africa. Now, that will lead us to looking at some of the challenges: limited infrastructures, insufficient cybersecurity skill, financial constraint. Money is never enough, and funding is always never enough, because the policymaker they are yet to see cybersecurity as a strategic component of economic growth. And we have rising cyber threat as well, and a weakening cyber regulatory in Africa. Really, Africa is yet to have effective cybersecurity regulation that could probably drive compliances, risk management issues, and all that. But we have seen at least certain level of commitment within the data protection cycle. We have seen that now we have a data protection regulations in Africa. At least some few countries like Nigeria, Ghana, and Gambia. I think I've seen the efforts of some of these countries in South Africa. They have embedded data protection as part of their digital ecosystem measure. Next slide. Now, the prospect, the GDC offers us a better opportunity to leverage collective actions. And that's one of the reasons why we are here, to review what we have done and to synergize on the best way to address some of our issues. At the GSC level, we have always been committing ourselves toward improving advancing cybersecurity. We have supported the WSIS actions for the past, since we were created since 2007. We have established a School of Advanced Cybersecurity Studies, and the idea behind that is we have identified something. Most African young people are always going for certifications, but the skill is lacking in tool development. Coding, yes, but when you look at the programming languages and all that, how many African countries will find there in developing or researching in the modeling? So all these things is what inspired us at the GNC. And we also have, in our own level, we have a deepening partnership between ourselves and the research institution like university, where we have orchestrated the research. And that research, we are actually currently doing the research on adaptive cybersecurity governance model for interconnected society. Why? We have clusters of frameworks across Africa. ISACA framework, SANS framework, what are we frameworks? Which one actually speak to the peculiarity of African cybersecurity landscape? So this is what motivated our research. And that research fought within the line of the idea is to really find a way to build a unified cybersecurity governance framework that could be adapted to drive African cybersecurity. And this is in line with WSIS vision on cybersecurity. We've also had a program which we established of recent, and that has to do with emerging technology skill for Africa. Our vision is to train 100,000 young Africans. We've seen a lot of harm in emerging technology. Yeah, we have seen misunderstanding, misinformation, and all that. So we are beginning to really take that and realign the mindset. Let me use it. Sorry, I'll soon finish. So we've also established International Center for Emerging Technology to deepen the skills in emerging technology with a university in Nigeria at our own level. And we have also started running cybersecurity program, blockchain programs, all in the context of development. And then we will continue to do our best. But since 2008, we have shaped the policy, the program, and the direction of cybersecurity in Nigeria. And the stakeholders that we work more with the high-level stakeholders, government stakeholders. We shape the mindset. We ensure that they understand the content of cybersecurity, and that we also draw commitment to ensure that we draw values. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Seguin. What you see there on what he has just presented, it really represents a very good reflection within Africa. When I look at the GCI data that has just been produced by ITU, we find that when you compare the Americas and Africa, you see that even with Tier 1, which has been labeled countries that are actually showing role model, you'll see that we have Ghana, we have Kenya, Mauritius, Rwanda, and Tanzania. And I'm so proud to see Tanzania there because I remember so many years ago, we were here pushing for the cybersecurity strategy, pushing for the critical infrastructure, risk management, and so forth. And this is really, really a very poignant point. But just to break a little bit, Yusuf, why is Tanzania where it is? Why can't you tell us a little bit? Why is Tanzania where it is?
Thank you very much, Martin. Actually, in Tanzania, what I could say, we have seen that even these top leaders now understand that there is a need to put efforts to protect our information, to protect our data, to protect our money. Simply because we're all aware that cyber crimes, by its nature, being borderless, having the characteristics of having a tremendous destructive power, that they can do a lot of wonders if you don't pay attention to your cybersecurity. For example, you see issues of losing money, losing data, attack on critical infrastructure, shutting down electricity, stopping car from moving or crashing car remotely, and so on. So the government now, I could say, we have a political will. And as you can see, even last month, even the president was addressing the nation and spent around 5 minutes talking about cybersecurity and addressing a lot of challenges and how we need to come up with solutions to those challenges of cybersecurity. So from that point of view, now it went down to implementers. We initiated, for example, in cybersecurity awareness. We have cybersecurity awareness month that we celebrate every month of October, and we have been doing a tremendous job across the country. When it comes to protecting our kids, we have launched this year in February Child Online Protection Initiative, which is doing a great job across the country. In terms of capacity building, we have several universities that are providing security courses, cybersecurity courses and digital forensics. And actually now we are in a place where we want to review the curriculum so that it can meet a standard, a global standard, so that we can have a competent people. And I think we're planning also to do the incubation of this individual, because most of these African countries, one problem that I've seen is that you find we equip youngsters or this youth with knowledge of cybersecurity, and then we leave them on the street. At the moment you leave them on the street, they become a threat to our national security. Why? Because they're not absorbed. So, they have enough knowledge to cause different troubles, to distract different things. So I think we have seen that as well as one of the serious problems. As we do a lot on capacity building, we are trying also to see how we can start tapping all these skill sets and incubate them so that we can utilize them in a good way and reduce the number of cyber criminals on the street. As well, we have done a number of good job when it comes to complying with Malabo Convention. We have Data Protection Act, we have Data Protection Commission, which is currently working. We have Cybercrime Act, and we have Cybercrime Unit. And fortunately, I was running that unit, Cybercrime Unit in Tanzania. We have also the Financial Crime Unit that we also deal with these frauds and so on. Apart from that, we also put a lot of effort on making sure that our not only the laws, but also the tools available. If you look at TZ site today, when you go to TZ site, we have a state-of-art equipment that support our countries. And then we have a singular department, for example, dedicated for health, dedicated for telecom companies, dedicated for financial institutions, and so on. So we are doing a lot of a job to make sure that our cyberspace remains secured. But one of the challenges I could say is that we know that we need, we are doing a lot of good work. But at the same time, we need to remember that cyber criminals, they don't. And unfortunately, most of African countries, we lack a right skill set on these right places. If you go to set of different countries, if you go to units that we operate on with cybersecurity on different countries, you find people are not really, they're not that much knowledgeable compared to those who are on the street. As a result, we find the scenario whereby criminals now overwhelms the way we are fighting them. I have my say, I always say, I will finalize today, that I always say we cannot fight while you're having the knife and those local tools, fighting with people with guns and other things. Definitely that kind of war you will never be able to reach your needed target. So that's, I think, our problem, and I believe we're still working on that. And the best way to do it is through incubation. We should have the good skills so that we can embed them on our critical infrastructure, on our authorities, and et cetera, so that they can be able to support us the way we want them to support us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just park that for now, but let's give him a round of applause. I think Tanzania is an exemplary country where they've started from scratch, and I think Yusuf has given us a very good timeline of what they've done. Number one, I know the criminals don't sleep, but the point is that, number one, they've got political will. And I think that's very important. You need political will in order to make sure that things function. And what is coming out as evidence is that there's a political will from the top going all the way down and cascading into other areas. Then number two, which I think I've learned from this, is that there is what we call coordination across different departments, different units, to ensure that everyone is part of the game plan. And hence the reason why we are seeing some successes. There is an incentive mechanism of where they're taking the youth from the streets and everybody else. I think what you can do is just have what we call bounty hackers. They get money if they get errors from specific websites. That could be another way of using those particular youth and incorporating them into the culture of cybersecurity. And then I think what we are seeing here, where you have the success, is there is a little bit of capacity building that is going on within the country. And these are very key lessons that we need to learn. But just park that for now. We'll come back and you'll convince us of how are you incentivizing people to be able to stick to where they are. Because I think one of the problems we have is that as soon as somebody is trained in a specific skill set, they leave. Okay? You take them to the SAT, they get trained, they leave. Because we don't have the capacity of retraining, or rather retaining that particular skill set. But let me go to Ambassador. Ambassador, you've given us an alludement of all the statistics. I've seen there's some specific countries that are in tier 5. I think if we are very, very specific here, tier 5, we have Burundi, Central African Republic, Eritrea, Guinea-Bissau. And if they're here, you'll tell us why you're still there. So tell us, Prof, what do you think they should do to move quicker? What is it that those countries need to take into consideration to move quicker into the next level? And then we'll come back to the CBMs again.
Okay, thank you very much. When we look at the statistics I presented, thanks to ITU, there's something common among the 5 first-tier countries. What is it? The governance approach and what Abe mentioned, political will. Now, in some of these countries, sometimes they view cybersecurity as a national security issues. And unfortunately, they militarize it. That is, they domicile the cybersecurity program within the law enforcement and security domain. And that, unfortunately, wouldn't allow stakeholders to interface with them because by the nature of the security agency, they are conservative in nature. That's number one. Number two, you also have the issues of capacity, the ability to understand really what is really the problem. One of the things I have discovered, if you also look at those countries, they have probably performed a risk-based assessment. They were able to understand the areas of weakness, the areas of strength, and they are able to, capitalize on that based on the areas of the strength. For example, Tanzania, in terms of population, they are not as big as Nigeria. And if you look at those countries in the lower world, they are smaller country. But the question is why are they not implementing a cybersecurity program? Maybe an awareness is not well deepening across the space. I remember when we started cybersecurity awareness, people thought we were talking about virus installation. So I think it will take a conscious effort. Then number two, the leadership. The leadership, when I talk about leadership, the executive, the lawmakers, and then the judiciary, they need to understand that cybersecurity is not just a matter of computer. It is a multidisciplinary and multi-sectorial, issues. So I think in those countries, they are yet to have that a basic understanding. And not until when they have it, they will probably continue to see the same result. That's it.
Yeah, did you want to add something? Because we shall go back to the floor for them also to ask a few questions, but just add something there and then we...
Yeah, I want to add what he has said. I think most countries, luckily I've worked with over 49 countries across. I think the bigger problem is you find countries, they may not be able to understand if the problem they're experiencing is cybercrime or is it what? For example, distributed denial of service attack. Your systems, criminal manage to bring them down. And they may think maybe it's a technical problem, maybe some wire has been removed. So that lack of awareness make them not putting a lot of effort in fighting these cyber criminals. And number two, also, I've seen most of this country, you see, they have a tendency of thinking maybe cyber crimes, they can only do a small damage to our countries or small damage to, and they forget cybercrime can bring down our economy, they can disrupt our economy, they can threat our national security, they can crush our critical infrastructure, they can do many crazy stuff. So all this crime that we used to do in a normal way, now all of this crime have migrated to cybercrime. People can kill other on the cybercrime. People can switch off electricity on cybercrime using these cyber criminals can do many things that we used to see in a normal way. So countries, I think they need to understand this, and when they understand this, they'll be able to put a lot of effort to fight this cybercrime.
Yeah, I think that's why when you look behind me, we are talking about the norms. How should countries behave? And I just want to follow up on that particular point, because when you have the UN norms, which are roughly about 11, these norms are first of all non-binding. In the first instance, they are voluntary principles that define how states should respond, how states should behave. And by doing that, what it means is that it minimizes what we call malicious cyber activities, as you can see in those particular norms up there, and also promote what we call the peaceful and cooperative use of the internet. So cyber norms is an important component, as you can see up there, which is reflected. There are many organizations that have been working on this, and I know so many of you in the room here have been really part of this, especially when we started with the UN GGE all the way to the OEWG, and then moving on to other regional organizations which are working very entirely in the norms space. Of course, there are organizations such as the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, which is working on cyber norms. And also we have the Paris Call and also IGF. There's a lot of mention around how these cyber norms can go. So we just want to drill into the critical infrastructure and how are we able to make sure that the critical infrastructure is safe and resilient. Back to you in Tanzania, do we have what we call a risk assessment of your critical infrastructure? Do we have an identification of the critical infrastructures in Tanzania, for example?
Thank you. Actually, now we are in a stage where we want not only, we have already identified all critical infrastructure, whether it's telecom, financial institution, etc., water sector, transportation sectors and all. And what I understand, I think within 2-3 months, not parliament, because the parliament has passed it, but still we have the presidential, we are waiting for the president and the ministers to assign and to make sure that now critical infrastructure will be protected by law, and everyone should be responsible, or everyone who is responsible with critical infrastructure has to follow certain things. For example, you should not let a service not being available, this unavailability, the issue of integrity and so on, those triangle. I think that's where we are going, and I think soon, within 3 months, we'll be reaching that stage. So as a country, we understand that critical infrastructure, for example, today in Tanzania, we have the SGR is fully automated. And everything, electricity, one of the things that really pushed that SGR from one point to another. Then we have those systems, and we have sensors. There's the story of IoT and all. So if we don't pay attention to these things, cyber criminal may do many things to those critical infrastructure. Things like our financial institution. Nowadays we have a lot, telecom industry in Tanzania, we have a lot of them compared to other countries. So all these, people rely on these communications, rely on, trust this financial institution to save their money there. So we want to make sure that those people who are handling this critical infrastructure are held accountable. If they can't provide service on time, if they, something is happening, they don't have enough measures put in place so that they can protect this critical infrastructure, then they should be answerable, and a lot we're expecting to happen very soon.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Just a quick one here. In terms of how critical infrastructure is managed, it's always important to have, you can have a strategy that actually drives critical infrastructure protection within your main strategy as a country. There's also a component within that where you could look and say, do we have a risk assessment of the critical infrastructure in our country to understand and identify what is of risk, what sectors are critical within your country. In Europe, for example, we have roughly about 11 core critical sectors. And this is agreed within the member states. That's roughly about 27 member states. There were 28, now they're 27. If you go to the US, it's roughly about 14 critical sectors. So it could be transport, it could be energy, and so forth. Some countries have different type of critical sectors where they take a lot of credence and protection of their monuments, for example, and that becomes a critical sector. So therefore, every country, it's important that we have an identification of what your critical sector is. And then the second part is doing what we call an assessment of the risk assessment to understand what is the impact if that critical sector went down. And then the interdependencies. And what is it that needs to be done to make sure that you maintain what we call the service level agreements, the minimum that you can contain. If let's say you run out of power, how much can you go longer before you start affecting other areas? Back to you, Prof. In Nigeria, you've got many states, federal government, large population. How do you maintain your physical infrastructure? Just give us a tip of how you deal with this before we go back to the floor.
Thank you very much. You added Prof to my title. I claim it. Well, Nigeria is a very unique case. Sincerely speaking, I had the privilege of organizing the stakeholders engagement between the military, law enforcement, and the telecommunication infrastructure owner. And sincerely speaking, it should start from there. Then after that, Nigeria went further to do what you call identification, classification, and the prioritization of the CIP. And then of recent, we went back again. We did engagement with the policymaker and all that, and with all the key stakeholders. What we did, you know, the telecom operators are one of the major owners of DPI. So once we captured the head mobilized everyone. And then today, Nigeria, we have successfully incorporated CIP as part of the legal framework, the Nigerian Cybercrime Act, which has been amended just about last year. Now we have moved further. What we have done now is to enforce the position of law with an executive order of the president. Now, what it means is that basically Nigeria has adopted all the DPI in the country as a critical information infrastructure, which means that any attack against any of such a DPI is an offense against national security. But I have a worry. You see, there's a dependency of our economy and life, not only in Nigeria, in other African countries. So if other countries are not also identifying and classifying and then putting the law to ensure that those DPI are protected, if something happened in Ghana, I'm sorry, I'm not saying that, if something happened in Ghana, it will affect Nigeria because there is an interconnection, interdependency of infrastructure. So I think that is the area that we may have to start talking at the African level. Thank you.
Okay, I know time is of the essence. We really need to come to the floor. Members of Parliament want to talk. So what I'll do is let me allow the floor to talk a little bit because it's interactive. We'll take, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's start from there. Please, Mike. Can we have microphones here, please? Members of Parliament.
Oh, so sorry. Thank you for this great opportunity. I want to start by congratulating Tanzania for this great strive. And to say that I have done a lot of work with the Council of Europe on the Cybercrime Convention. Though Tanzania is not a party to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, but you have been able to advance at this level. So seriously, I sincerely want to congratulate you and to come back to say that this convention talks about, in fact, the 2 additional protocols on disclosure of electronic evidence and cooperation. Now, I really want to find out from Tanzania, how have you been able to achieve cooperation with other countries, given the US and the complexity of cybercrime, given that someone can sit even in the US or elsewhere and use a computer to commit a crime in your country? And considering that you have not been able to sign up to this convention, but you are able to achieve this kind of success, how have you been able to achieve your collaboration with other countries, even in Africa or out of Africa? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ambassador and Yusuf, for your great insights and cyber crimes. And this is a topic that I am very much interested in, aware that we are trying to come up with a bill in the regional parliament on the data protection and governance. And I would like to ask if there is, because infrastructure connectedness in terms of like ICTs, you find that we are using connection recently, Tanzania and Uganda did a collaboration. And then I would like to know in the other regional setups or regional economic communities, what has worked and how can we use that to strengthen our cyber security, especially in in the East African region, aware that Rwanda, Tanzania, and Kenya are a little bit ahead than the rest of the regional, the rest of the countries within the communities. That's what I want to know. And then two, we have cyber crimes within the region, for example, like terrorism, and how would we address that in this cyber security, cyber protection within Africa? And lastly, is there any model anywhere that has worked that can be replicable in Africa? Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much, the presenters. I think your presentations actually are eye-openers, because with all the things we've been talking about for the past few days in terms of infrastructure, in terms of connectivity, if this one is not right, we are not getting anywhere. So we must protect what we have. Now, looking at the issue of collaboration, like my colleague just mentioned, is key, because like he said, an incident in Gambia, for example, in the financial sector, somebody outside Morocco used a machine in Morocco to commit a crime in the Gambia. How do we pursue that particular person? And that's the reason why it's very important that we talk to members of parliament. Because in Gambia, what we have done is we have a mutual legal assistance law that we passed last year. That would allow us to be able to collaborate with our neighbors in case we are pursuing somebody who commit a crime in the Gambia and we are staying in Ghana or Nigeria or somewhere else. And these are key. We need to be able to work together, to collaborate so that we can find them wherever they are. Just like right now, the physical security we have all over the place, if somebody commits a crime or runs to Uganda or runs to Zambia, there is a way that you can talk to them or get them through Interpol. So we need to be able to also get the same thing in terms of collaboration among ourselves so that we can pursue those people. Now, the last area I just wanted to mention was about the issue of risk identifications, which is also essential. Each country needs to be able to identify your critical infrastructure, private or public. And then we do the risk assessment. That will tell you exactly what are the factors that you need to take care of. Now, the issue of shared infrastructure actually comes into play. Now, in that aspect, who is responsible? Who does the audit to ensure that you are actually protecting those areas? Like in the Gambia, for example, there are certain things that are protected by the government, but there are some in the private that are protected by the private sector, like the telecom industry itself. But I think there needs to be a policy, in fact, a proper policy, that should be able to identify them and to be able to audit to ensure that there is proper protection. Because the financial industry is key. If one of them goes down, particularly with shared infrastructure, we may get ourselves in trouble. So I think there's a need to have a proper policy in place among all of us to ensure that we are able to do the audit and to be able to help people accountable when things go down. Thank you.
Okay, I know time is of the essence. I've just been warned. We've heard three on the floor. Let's have the last one at the back, and then you and then at the back. You and then at the back. Very quickly.
Thank you very much. My name is Wisdom. Yes, Honorable just touched on the law. So I was coming to actually ask a question on the cybercrime and the law, but I think that has been addressed. But I would like to hear more on that because our judiciary and then law enforcement need more education when it comes to cybercrime. And also, I see more of top-down instead of bottom-up process in dealing with these cyber issues. Government is more or less like handling the cyber issues within the government cycle and forgetting the community angle. So that also need to we need to look at that and try to address those issues. Lastly, I see government using cybersecurity as a business. And then when you do that, then that means you cut off the majority who falls within the less privileged zone, if I should use that word. So we need to also look at that and try to address them holistically for us.
Can you explain cybersecurity as a business? Give an example.
Yes. I'll give an example using my country, Ghana. Ghana started well with cybersecurity, the policies and everything, the implementation, and then it got to a point. I find myself in one of their forums, and then it looks like all the people in there were business people. And then when you ask that question, why other stakeholders are not here, they are not able to answer. More or less like they coming out with kind of certification sort of, so trying to certify people for them to work with. And then they have this annual subscription and all of that. And you don't see them solving the community problem. You don't see them addressing the community basic issues. Day in, day out, the normal person that you see on the street use the phone to transact business online. Mobile money, hackers are found within that angle and all of that. So,
okay, I think I understand you. So there's compliance, people pay, but the government doesn't do whatever it is, so they use that money for something else. Is that the way I'm understanding it?
No.
We'll come back to that. We'll try and answer that. Let's go to the back. Yeah.
Thank you, and to the panel members for your presentation. I heard you talk about change, risk management to be embedded in cybersecurity, which is very important so that you are able to understand the dependencies between the different components, understand the impact if one thing goes down against another. And one of you also talked about cybersecurity being interdisciplinary, right? It includes multiple stakeholders, right? And we cannot distinguish cybersecurity from ICTs, right? In fact, the ICTs are the foundation of cybersecurity, right? It's all about technology. But I have seen a growing trend, particularly in Africa, where we have started removing cybersecurity from the core ICTs by establishing, for example, cybersecurity authorities. Now you have digital development agencies or authorities designing and implementing the digital tools and services. And cybersecurity starts from the time that you design your systems and programming your systems and implementing them. But what the growing trend now is you have people designing, building, implementing, and even starting operationalization before you even have cybersecurity authority people coming on stage. I think this is a growing concern in Africa that we need to look at. Instead of creating silos, I think we need to see how we integrate cybersecurity and the design and development and operationalization of the ICTs. Thank you.
I'll come to him.
The three contributions that we started, they all are centered on collaboration. I think that's the main problem that we have seen in many countries. First, we need to collaborate from within before we start collaborating with other external entities. For example, you may go to a country, you find there are several entities dealing with cybersecurity. Some they're dealing with cybersecurity on their angle, the resources are scarce because there are many, you need to distribute to many. In terms of fund also become a challenge. So what I normally advise is that our country should now thinking of having one umbrella that really deal with all related cybersecurity issues. Instead of having many, then we can't see the impact. As a result, people cannot see the impact of what you're doing. So that's number one. And when it comes to collaborate with other countries, evidence and all, I think we all agree and we are all aware that cybercrime are borderless crime. They recognize no border. Anyone from any country can commit a crime to another country. We have seen information warfare, cyber warfare between countries. They don't send their soldiers, they start with cybercrime, cyber warfare, and then they move forward with other ways. So I think looking at it in that angle, we can't afford not to collaborate beyond borders. So we have to strengthen collaboration from within, having a contact person, then collaborate with external bodies. There we can be able to achieve our target. In African countries, we are in position, for example, UNECA, African Union, and so on, we are in position to ask our leaders to make sure that they agree upon these matters, because it is within us. We have just to agree that we have to collaborate, because there is no need for us not to collaborate while we speak of one Africa. The other thing that I was asked, and I had, I should stop here first. Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let me respond to the Honorable. Within the African region, there has been inter-agency, inter-country initiative. For example, at African Union, you have African Expert Working Group. They're actually doing a very wonderful work. African Union, they have. So I believe someone from your country should have been part of it. So that provide a kind of platform to share information, which is very, very important, and then to collaborate, on cybersecurity issues. Then on data protection as well, you have one of the most vibrant data protection framework in Africa. Is very strong. Even the Council of Europe is in full support of it. So I think it would be nice to contact African Union for that. Now, terrorism. You see, this is a very good question, because the effort has always been on cybercrime. And cybercrime is just one component of cyber threat. Because if you go anywhere, cybercrime, who is talking about terrorism, who is talking about espionage, who is talking about child online protection. So all this, what we have done in Nigeria is to provide a shared model, approach in which multi-agencies that have statutory power in child online in child matter in telecommunication, they provide measures. For example, Nigerian police has a domestic cybercrime program which deal with the last man in the community. Even recently, they had awareness. This is October awareness and all that, and it is supported by Interpol. And this is where Tanzania may probably have a problem. If you don't have, if you are yet to sign onto Budapest Convention and all that, where you talk about trans-border corporations, you are going to have a problem. So that's the whole essence of Tanzania and others, to ensure that they, they sign that, and then they are sent to that conventions so that they can adopt international best practice concerning trans-border, crime issues. But within the data protection, I think it is well embedded. there's a trans-border flow of data. In fact, there are countries that had, we have what we call white list and black list, framework within the data protection, which means that if your country belongs to the white list group, so my country can have a cooperation with you, and that the data can flow between your country and my own country because you have already put in place a data protection regime, which also similar to what we have. So that is that. Then let me speak to what Wisdom said, bottom-up approach. I think the civil society should also be proactive. In Nigeria, for example, I have a lady who is doing a great work, Cyber Foundation. She focuses on young girls, and she was able to connect. In fact, we see a lot of girls from law, from all other whatever, coming into data protection, cyber security, and all that. I think rather than being reacting to issues, this is where the non-sector, the NGO should also, engage. We do our own engagement at the policy level, and it has brought about a national security program. It has brought about a lot of impact. So I think the NGO should please identify that area where it's a very broad issue. Government cannot do it alone, and you need top. Also, you need to engage people at the top so that things can be aligned, fund can flow, and then they can also support what the bottom end, are doing.
Thank you so much.
The last one, sorry, the last one. Okay, thank you.
So,
Yeah.
So very quickly, because of time, I just want to seek you to make your interventions, and then Jimson online to make an intervention.
Okay.
I know I'll be punished, but let's do it.
Shall I go?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I was about to talk about the Budapest Convention after the MP from the Gambia spoke about that issue, cooperation between countries for facing cyber crimes and all that. The thing is, the last time I researched that issue, it was only Senegal which ratified the Budapest Convention as an African country, the Nigerian as well. So are there going to be sort of Budapest Convention, the African Budapest Convention between African nations?
Yeah, I think there were other countries, it wasn't even Guinea did the convention. But I think what we are seeing here, let's go online. We give Jimson. Can Jimson come online, please? Can you put Jimson online, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. I want to say, first and foremost, thank you so much, and greetings, everybody. Good afternoon. And it's good morning from my side in Virginia, USA. Sorry, I could not be with you physically. I just want to also thank ECA for what they've been doing and ensuring that we are kept engaged constantly on many issues, and now on WSIS plus 20 review, and also talking about the Summit of the Future. Cybersecurity is a very, very serious issue, as we all know, and it's kind of really connected to everything we do today because security is key. I want to appreciate moderator, Dr. and Olugbile, Ambassador Olugbile, and Kilio for doing the justification to the discussion. Well, you all know that ECA take this very seriously, and based on their report, recent report, there is a correlation between cybersecurity maturity and development. A 10% increase in cybersecurity maturity will yield about 5.4% increase in GDP per capita. On the basis of that, I had the privilege of doing a research to add value on the need for us to continually do assessment, as we have always outlined. Not national assessment alone, but assessment that has to do with enterprises, organizations, and nations generally. And as a test case, if you have your smartphone, you can actually check tcmm.africa website. There we have the beta version of the model, and you could do an assessment. In fact, it has 3 pillars. It has 18 factors and about 100 indicators. And it cuts across all the topics you have outlined in terms of governance framework, in terms of zero trust mechanism, in terms of the network structure you have. We know generally it's IPv6 now, but the emphasis is on we are using IPv4 right now, mostly in Africa, but we are encouraging that we should move to IPv6. It will further enhance our security posture. So these are part of the indicators, the metrics. Do we have international collaboration, like the Budapest Convention? Have we signed the Malabo Convention? So those are those indicators that will give you an assessment. So we have about 5 levels. So you can always know the level you are in. Once you make an improvement, then you can check again. You can do assessment yourself. So it's part of our own contribution to enhancing our cybersecurity posture, because the study has shown that we cannot afford to continue to lose money, the money that we could use to foster our development. So once again, site is tcmm.africa, tcmm.africa.
Okay.
If you have question, please, you can reach me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jimson. Jimson was meant to be here with us physically, but he's managed to at least get some of his ideas. And I think that document of research that they're talking about, I've seen it, and there is also a model that many countries can download the information. We'll try and share with the audience. There is one more person online. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Doc. I just, Poncelet speaking for the record. I was just, I'm morning from Uruguay. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person because of other obligations here in Montevideo. I just wanted to say that when I've listened to all what you speakers have said and also contributions from the floor, we should look at things very well from an African narrative in the sense that a lot of people have talked about the Malabo Convention, but we have not really domesticated it. Do we really need to have individual country laws? You look at data flows, for example, under 46 of the Malabo Convention, it covers what we want to do with data flows by 2030 in terms of doing it through partnership as the SDG 17 states. So I think for us to be able to be compliant among ourselves and collaborate better, if we can domesticate what is within the Malabo Convention, we'll move better as a continent. It's easy for our governments of African countries to just be GDPR compliant based on various cloud contracts they sign with European countries. But within our own continent, we can't even be compliant on our own Malabo Convention. So I would like to hear the views of the panel about duplicating our own African Union driven framework. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me try and also try and summarize here, but just as I do this, prepare your one word, your last words, because we have to go. Your final thoughts, okay. The point is this, is that there are questions that are coming out from the floor that require a concerted effort of collaboration. So there's no doubt that when we talk about harmonization of laws, whether it is at regional level, combining national level, continental level, there's a need to be able to harmonize and to be able to work together with the RECs, that's the regional economic communities, ensure that laws are applied equitably within the country. There is also what we call reciprocity of application of law, because if you don't join the Malabo Convention, for example, and somebody commits a crime in a country that has not signed the Malabo Convention, or you have not signed it, then it's difficult to get that criminal to be prosecuted in your own country. Therefore, looking at these treaties is a critical component. Members of Parliament need to go in and look at those, especially the committees that deal with communication. That's important.
so that you can be able to have your country participate in these areas. And I'm glad you've mentioned the EU one as well. And there are many of these conventions that are out there, treaties, to make sure that we can register them. The other critical point is the issue around the political will. And this has got no doubt, it pushes wills, it pushes bounds to ensure that countries can be able to achieve the successes we are seeing in Tanzania, for example. And countries that have also moved from one tier to the next within the GCI assessment, congratulations to you, because you've tried your best, you've been assessed, the next thing is to move to the next level. Somebody talked about assessments. It's important to do assessments to make sure you understand where you were as a country. And these assessments, they don't mean that you are weak. It only means that you've got areas and gaps that you've identified that need improvement. There is the issue around enforcement of law, which my colleague talked about. The need to be able to apply what has been passed as policy or legislation depends on how it is enforced. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't help because we are not enforcing the law. So enforcement and making sure that you apply the law equitably with equal measure makes a very big sense. There was a question around business. My take on this, and I know I've really talked on various platforms, there are two parts to this issue. African countries need to look at cybersecurity and formulate business around the ecosystem of cybersecurity. Think about it this way. If we have an antivirus from one of the African countries, that is business. If we have tools that are developed to tackle cybersecurity within the context of the African continent, that is business. If you look at it in that way, then it makes sense. In the case that you're mentioning where people are told to pay to be able to comply, but services are not delivered, then I agree with you. That is not right. But what we need to look at is how do we regulate? Over-regulation doesn't look good. Less regulation is even worse. I look at it like salt. If you apply salt on food, if you put too much salt, it becomes too salty. But if you don't put salt, it becomes tasteless. So regulation must look at itself within that context. So you apply regulation in a way that serves both the users, the citizens, and so forth. There is also the issue around the jurisdiction, law. How does the judiciary take training and capacity building? I was in a country at one point, and I can't say which one, and I was told judges don't go to workshops. Judges go to retreats. You must take them outside to go and train them so that they can come back and be, because there is fear of not knowing something, and your juniors, when they see that you don't know anything, then it doesn't look good to you as a judge. There are challenges of training and capacity building, but we have to deal with it as we go along. Members of parliament need to be trained, executives need to be trained, decision makers at policy level need to be trained, and that is the way to do things. So we really need to have that concerted effort. And of course, the Malabo Convention has asked, it's true, there are some tenets within the Malabo Convention that many countries were not able to ratify because of the red tape when it comes to parliamentary decision-making process. It's very long. So I'll stop there, but I'll give my panelists 1 minute to make the last point. There we go.
I think people want to see Dar es Salaam, Marty.
Okay. Let's finish. For me, I won't even finish the whole 1 minute. I would say I want to leave you with 5 key takeaways. When you go back to your countries, go and invest a lot on cybersecurity awareness. We have Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we have Data Privacy Weeks, and so on. Make sure you utilize that. We need to develop our own skill set, so invest on capacity building. We need also to make sure we collaborate from within and from outside, so that we can be able to tackle these challenges as one. Number 4, I want us to invest a lot on proper tools that will be able to help us fight these cyber criminals. Because I've been to some places, you find they don't have enough tools. They don't have tools that they can be able to investigate, to detect, even to stop these cyber criminals. And the last thing, we need to have the right skill set on the right places. If you are having the wrong skill set in the right place and the right skill set in the wrong place, then your fight will be very difficult. Thank you.
So let me complement it. In order not to have a wrong skill set, assess before you adopt. So African countries should embark and implement a risk assessment. Assessment will give you the dashboard of the gaps. Then once you understand your gaps, your challenges and all that, then you can prioritize. Then the last one I want to say here, you also adopt cybersecurity before cybercrime adopts you. Because cybercrime is a business as well. So if you don't adopt cybersecurity, cybercrime will continue to learn about you and they will adapt to you. So that's my message. Thank you.
So let me take this opportunity to really thank everyone. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. And we really want to thank the audience and of course the parliamentarians who have really made a very significant contribution. We really want to thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. And let's also give our cameraman and the crew a round of applause for really taking care of this session. Oh. Okay, and the participants, a round of applause. Give yourself a round of applause. And I'll stop there and I'll hand over the mic to Soren. Thank you. The moderator.
Yeah, to the moderator. And you forgot we've been having the best food from Tanzania, so you could have give them a round of applause. Okay. Magda. You have. Yes. Yes. We can start. No.
That's okay. Good. Thank you. No. Cyber security. You speak. Yeah. You did well. Thank you.
This is normal.
Now we are at the last session, and thank you very much. I think you have two wonderful sessions. We was not around, but I think it went very well. Now we are going to discuss the declaration of Dar es Salaam. It will be a summary of our discussion and some key recommendations from the participant. We can't cover everything. We try to summarize according to the area of priority for Africa. As a declaration, we start by a preamble, and after we go to the key point, we should declare for this meeting as takeaway. Let's go to the preamble. Soren, we start by the beginning.
Okay, can you start from the beginning? On top. Display the first page. Okay. There. Yes. Okay, I'll just.
Okay, as we have only one now the English version ready. Soren will read, and you are going to have the translation in French.
Okay, just for easy access, I shared also on WhatsApp group, but we will share on email as soon as we have a workable draft. Yes. Okay, the first paragraph is: we, the representative of 37 member states, gathered in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania from October the 9th to the 11th, 2024 for the African WSIS Annual Review Workshop, convened by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in collaboration with the government of Tanzania and key stakeholders. Our diverse group of 127 participants, comprising parliamentarians, international organizations, regional economic communities, civil society, academia, government, private sector, technical community, and continental agencies. So this is just who were part of the overall conference. Okay, so as we mark the 20th anniversary of the World Summit on Information Society, we commit to comprehensive review of progress, challenges, and opportunity since the Geneva Plan of Action. To this end, a unified WSIS Plus 20 review preparatory process has been established, uniting ITU, UNESCO, UNDP, UNCTAD, UNDESA, UNCSTD, and UN Regional Commission. So, do we have any comment in any of them? Okay, it's good. Okay, at any point you may raise your hand. We have microphone around the room, then we can amend accordingly. Yes, during the workshop, UNECA collaborated with the CSTD Secretariat to host the African Regional Consultation of the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, focusing on WSIS Plus 20 review in the Global Digital Compact. This consultation aimed to facilitate in-depth dialogue among the regional stakeholders on the implementing the World Summit on Information Society vision and outcomes in response to the Economic Social Council resolution number, yes. Okay, acknowledging the role of multi-stakeholder partnership involving government, civil society, private sector, international organization in driving the digital transformation agenda. Considering the information and communication technologies and digital transformation constitute a formidable growth leveler for African continent and can contribute to the achievement of the vision and the objectives of Africa. Reaffirming our commitment to the WSIS vision in its Declaration of Principles of 2003 of a people-centered, it will be edited, inclusive and development-oriented information society, and the integral role of information and communication technologies in achieving sustainable development across the continent. These are just background informations, yeah. Reaffirming our commitment to the Pact of the Future, encompassing the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Information in Declaration on Future Generations, adopted on September 22nd at the Summit of the Future, we recognize the imperatives of WSIS action lines to advance the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in the Africa Agenda 2063 aspiration, the Africa we want. This entails addressing emerging digital governance trends and technologies while enhancing coordinations with the Global Digital Compact through the process like WSIS and IGF to foster a prosperous, integrated, peaceful continent. I think that's the end of the preamble. Any comment? Okay.
Merci, c'est sous l'avant-dernier paragraphe. Réaffirmant pacte numérique, 22 septembre de quelle année? Je pense qu'il faut préciser l'année.
September 22nd?
2024.
Je pense que c'est bien de préciser l'année.
On va mettre.
Ça va, merci.
What?
On n'avait pas vu. 2024. Go to the next.
Okay.
Any other observation?
Any observation?
The first one, go down again. Yet here, we are acknowledging the role of multi-stakeholder partnership involving government, civil society organizations. In fact, we have not seen members of parliament or policymakers.
Okay.
No,
We're not government.
No, they are not government.
They are in the opposition. For the opposition, they are not part of the government.
I have take note of that.
Okay.
Okay.
We can add
Okay.
the number.
You can go. Sylvan, if you can give the mic.
Okay.
Yes, we have one
Policy
comment.
make.
Sorry. I just wanted us to be very specific involving government, because government, parliament constitute a government. And the arms of government come from the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary downwards. So instead of putting parliaments alone, yet government is already there, it's better to put policy makers.
Okay, I want to give Neymar the floor. She's raising her hand.
What do you want exactly? We
Yes.
replace government by policy.
I'm not part of government.
No, but MPs are not
Okay.
government.
Okay.
Yes.
Please.
Please.
So usually governments, when they're talking about government there, they're talking about central government. So this is ministries.
Yes.
It's ministries, agencies, etc. Because generally, parliament is not part of government. So there you need to put government, parliament, civil society, academia.
Okay.
So you need to put government, parliament, civil society, and academia. So you can add academia and add parliament should stand on its own.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have taken note of that. Okay, Makumbe.
For instance, in Mozambique, we use only 4 sectors. That is government, private sector, civil society, and academia. I think all of them are represented there. If you are not in the government, somehow you are in the civil society, even if you are in the parliament. So if we put explicitly parliament, some of them are from the government, and some of them are from the civil society. Thank you.
Okay, now I think we can use a policy maker because it's up to the country. For the Francophone country, generally, when you talk about government, you have a parliamentary are included. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, policy maker.
Policy makers. Yeah.
No, it's not right. No, it's not right. Excuse me. Excuse
because
me.
when we talk about
Sorry, wait. Let's go.
when we talk about government, we talk about the executive, judiciary, and parliament. So I was thinking that maybe involving governments, then in bracket, you can put executive, judiciary, and parliament, so that everyone, the word is clear that this is what you mean. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take note of that.
You don't understand.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, you want to say? Okay.
No, it's okay.
No, Bashir wants to say something.
Bashir, you want the floor?
Yeah.
No, you have to move. You don't
Yes.
need to go.
Okay, thank you so much. So for me, it's just for the participants, the number of participants. So we have online participants. So you need to have to add something about online participants. It's very important.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you for taking.
Let's go. Go.
Okay. Taking into account of the imperative to the bridging the digital divide across all segments of the society and to build a competitive human capital for the future of the work, recognizing the necessity of strengthening digital infrastructure Africa, including broadband connectivity, access to affordable ICT service. Huh? Huh?
Okay. You have to just screen now. Continue.
Okay, sorry. Recognizing the necessity of strengthening digital infrastructure across Africa, including broadband connectivity, access to affordable ICT services to facilitate the growth of digital economy in the resilient societies. Noting that digital public infrastructure as a catalyst for Africa's development, driving sustainable economic growth, innovation, improved governance, inclusive access to health care, education, finance, while promoting environmental sustainability and resilience. Recognizing the importance of development of...
Wait.
This, it's not a big issue where you've written healthcare, there is some little space, and it changes the meaning of the word.
Okay.
Healthcare.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, recognizing the importance of development of e-government solutions focused on achieving the SDG goals, including eradication of hunger, strengthening government capacities in markets, monitoring, provision of legal identity, ecosystem management, and availability of stock for food and healthcare self-reliance.
Any observation on the preamble? We have one on the issue of parliamentarian and some to correct on healthcare, and also the online participant to put. Any other comment? Martin?
Okay.
This is a small area, but within the organizations at the top, I think with the GFCE it will be useful because we are also involved very well. That's the request. Thank you.
Okay. Go, Sandra.
So on the paragraph with SDG, is it one SDG or supposed to be SDGs with an S in plural?
Okay, SDGs.
SDGs, yeah. 17, yeah.
Ambassador?
Ambassador, you have the floor.
Okay, I just want to draw attention to the last paragraph. Recognizing the importance of development of e-commerce solution, cybersecurity, because it's not part of what has been discussed cerebrally from the beginning. So I would suggest that it should be included.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good observation. Thank you.
No, we have to change the syntax on. If you want to put cybersecurity, we have
to recognizing the importance of.
Put cybersecurity in bracket, we'll see how to reformulate it. Okay, we can consider adopted this preamble with the observation, comment, and amendment. Okay. All right. Adopted. Next to the. Yeah, we'll correct. Yes. Okay, next, let's go to the declaration.
Okay, we hereby declare that our commitment to the WSIS vision in its declaration of the principle of 2003 of people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, and the integral role of information and communication technologies in achieving sustainable development across our continent. African government should fast-track operationalization of Global Digital Compact objective in the digital policies, strategies, laws, and regulations, as well as in their WSIS action line, consistent with the United Nations Pact of the Future, in particular, the Objective 1, closing a digital divide and accelerating progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. Objective 2, expand inclusion in and the benefits from the digital economy of all. Objective 3, foster an inclusive, open, safe, and secure digital space that respects, protects, and promotes human rights. Objective 4, advance responsible, equitable, and interoperable data governance approaches. Objective 5, enhance international governance of artificial intelligence for the benefit of humanity.
Any comment? Aisha?
Yeah, I saw typo error. Yes. Up.
People centered, yeah.
Yeah, it's the typo error.
Abdul Karim?
Which government? African government.
Where?
Should it be African governments or what?
No, all African government, yeah. We can generally use African government or African country. Put
Okay.
S there. Yeah, but let's assume
Governments
African government.
with S. Yes.
Yeah, we'll correct this. We are going to correct.
Yeah, okay, yes, highlight that side is red. For myself, I made the note. Okay. Can I continue? Okay. Not yet?
Okay, Ali, go ahead, please.
Uh,
In which paragraph?
we hereby declared. The first, the title. Go up a bit, yes. Declared, okay. Okay, noted. Yes. Okay. Okay.
I want to understand the African government, that paragraph. For me, it's very important. So we are saying that it should fast track the operationalization of the DD's objectives in their digital policies. And then we come to, as well as in their crisis action line. I don't to get the logic.
Did you have any other proposal?
Well, I would have thought that maybe we should look at operationalizing, or we bring all the global things first. So operationalizing the GDC, WSIS, whatever, consistent with the path for this objectives in their digital policy, so that we end at regulations. Okay, so then we are looking at operationalizing everything global in the national, context. I think that flow is perhaps is better than.
Yes, we get your point. Thank you. We'll reformulate it.
Okay, all stakeholders in line with the Global Digital Compact objectives, principles, action and commitment should work together to tackle the widening digital divide between and within the countries to ensure that no one is left behind, especially in the application of artificial intelligence.
Bashir. Micro, please, micro. You want to replace by AI by emerging technology?
Technology, yes, and we can open something to add artificial intelligence, other things.
Emerging technology, all right. And we'll add the bracket AI also said. Okay. MP, Madam Honorable. To harmonize, yeah, let's harmonize it. African government.
Or maybe we could say member states?
Let's put African government.
But African governments and then African countries.
Yeah. African government.
African countries. African government.
You have member state, you have African government, you have African country. Which one you want? Member state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Government. And Amr.
Yeah, just a very quick one. It's not like I don't have any strong opinion on like governments, policymakers, whatever. So they're all synonymous to what we want to achieve at the end. But it's to ensure that no one and no place is left behind. Because this is very important to us, like to combine both of them in Africa. It's no one, like because it has to do to humankind, and no place as well, because we're like suffering from this. Just a very quick thing, although I do agree with my brother that we can write emerging technologies, but it's really important to state artificial intelligence because this was specifically mentioned in the GDC. And this is very important, especially emerging technologies. Now, everyone's talking about AI. It's not really about the entire emerging technologies. So it's just very important to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Martin?
Yeah, let me just try and help that part. So the paragraph that ends with artificial intelligence, we could say left behind, especially in the development and application of emerging technologies into bracket artificial, e.g. AI, you could put that. But emerging technology is very important, and then you can put into bracket, e.g. artificial intelligence.
Development and application of emerging technology.
Yeah, so there is development and application of emerging technologies, and then into bracket, we get the contribution of, e.g. artificial intelligence, and then that will be more comprehensive, yeah.
MP, madam.
I also want to add something on where you've put especially underdeserved communities, including the youth and the women. I also want to add the persons with disability there. Okay. The youth, the women, and persons with disabilities.
Can I move forward? Or Sandra? Okay, okay. Christine.
There is also a spelling there of underdeserved. Underdeserved.
Underserved.
Yeah. Just a typo at the beginning of that sentence. All stakeholders in line with Global Digital Compact. Compact and objective is joined, kindly separated.
Yes, I noticed. Yes.
Okay. All right. In UN, generally we use member state. We don't use government in all our documents. Yeah. As this declaration will go to the CSTD, we propose to put everywhere member state. All right. Next, Sandra, you want to say something? Okay. Let's go. We are going to correct. Yeah.
Yes. African countries should also invest in developing robust, resilient digital infrastructure, including high-speed internet, connectivity, data centers, and cloud services to support the growth of digital economy and DPI development. All stakeholders, particularly government.
Right. Abdul Karim.
Okay, sorry. Capital I.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All stakeholders, particularly governments in the private sector, to deliberately conduct cybersecurity maturity assessment and ensure data protection compliance. African countries should establish secure, standardized, and interoperable data exchange infrastructures and ensure seamless sharing and utilizing of data across sectors and borders while maintaining data sovereignty and protection.
I have Ponsele online. Ponsele?
Okay, Ponsele, then Al-Hajj.
Yes, please. Mata, I just wanted to say that we have where we had underserved communities, it should rather be marginalized communities and persons above. It should be marginalized communities and persons. Then it covers disabilities and everything instead of just saying underserved, because we have marginalized communities and persons.
Community. Mhm.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. And the African Union Digital Transformation Agenda, we should put the year 2020 to 2030. The year should be mentioned. Thank you.
2020. All right.
Okay, we haven't reached there.
You want to
Okay.
say?
Like number one, Africa should invest to all stakeholders, particularly you put a number like number one, number two, number three, whatever, which is going to be very.
Okay, good.
All right. Yeah. Thank you.
you.
But we have a dedicated team at ECA. They are going to work on it, to edit everything and to make it in the right format. It's just a draft. Amr.
Thanks, Mukhtar. Thank you so much. Just not an AI, but I just want to make sure that I heard from my brother online that he was calling the use of the terminology marginalized communities. If I've heard him correctly, this is not the terminology that we are using at the AU. It's like I can say it's banned at the AU. We don't use marginalized communities. You can use underserved, less privileged, inclusiveness for all, but we do not use at all marginalized communities. It's banned in all AU documents. So it's very important not to use this terminology. Thank you so much.
We adopt
Because
underserved?
yeah, because in Africa we don't really intentionally marginalize any communities. They are just less privileged. So it's a very political terminology. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Continue.
Yes. Okay, African countries to foster collaboration with private sector, civil society, international partners to leverage digital public goods, open standards, and innovative solutions for DPI development, focusing on identity, payment, and data exchange to drive innovation, digital economic growth, and social development.
Yeah, I think we need to be consistent with style. So in some paragraphs, we just say African countries should. Then in some, we say to. So we have to be consistent. If we want to use should do this, should do that, let's be consistent. And then African countries, sometimes we say African governments. So we need to also be consistent with that language. And then where you have said all stakeholders, I think there's something missing. All stakeholders, comma, then particularly governments and the private sector, comma, are too. Because the way it flows, it doesn't make it sound too good. Yeah, so that's about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Abiud.
I think when we are referring the DPI development, we have to address the cost-cutting issue with regard to DPI development. We have mentioned identity, payment, and data exchange, but the cost-cutting issue is security, cyber security. So it should be explicitly stated there, such that we can have the umbrella within the DPI development.
Okay. In financing.
Finance also. Okay, we'll have to find our cyber security, all this, yeah, to be more inclusive. All right.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, encourage African governments with the support of ECA and other partners to fast track the operationalize or implementation of in line with the African Union Digital Transformation Agenda, Number one, the African Center for the Coordination of the African Center for Coordination and Research in Cybersecurity. Sorry, it is in.
This one is in Togo, yeah.
Yes, in the Togo Center. Then the African Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, aka the Malabo Convention, the EU Data Policy Framework, the EU Digital Single Market Framework, adaptation of the WSIS action lines to the Global Digital Compact and the Pact of the Future. Number 6, a robust monitoring and evaluation for the WSIS action line in ETC. Yeah.
Number of
Okay, apart from that, I assume that that's a closing paragraph because we're already thanking the host government. I would like to bring a recommendation, I don't know whether it will fit here, to empower, continuously work with parliaments across the continent to address the legislative gaps within Africa in order to realign with the WSIS action areas.
Thank you.
yes. It is yeah.
As a recommendation, okay, for my part, I have not seen the African Union Continental AI strategy there, and I don't think that it should be.
We'll put it. We are going to add it. We put some key. You are right.
Yes, so please, we try to put it in. They should go back. There's a sentence that is not flowing. I don't know what I'm not. This one, they encourage African government with the support of.
No, we'll correct this one.
Is it, okay.
We'll correct, and we'll add this AI strategy framework. We have also this AI cybersecurity, this digital ID interoperability.
Okay.
Thank you. Given to Naima.
Yeah, behind Naima.
Thank you. I also wanted to add the Africa AI strategy, but also since we're talking about when we're talking about digital issues, there's also the importance of trade, and there's the Africa Continental Free Trade. I think it's very important for it to also feature here. Thank you.
Maybe in the preamble we can put something related to the Africa Free Trade area. Yeah. But at the implementation side, maybe we can, the digital trade protocol. Yeah. Any other, I think we cover Martin and Bashar.
Just two points. The first one is we need to make sure that that AU is capital. Yeah. And then the last sentence, it might be sensible to say the summit appreciates the support and hospitality of the host government of the Republic of Tanzania. So you have to be very explicit.
Can you repeat so I can type it?
No, this one will correct it.
Yeah, so So
we have people who know how to write it.
Yeah, so that it has to be the Republic of Tanzania has to surface.
They know
it cannot
how
be,
to do it, Tanzania, everything.
Yeah, so then, and then you can either say all the stakeholders or all the multi-stakeholders, because we are a multi-stakeholder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Abdul Bashar from Chad.
Bashar.
Yes, I think the first comment is by my brother here for Somalia people, yes. Government people, yes. And for African Union data policy, I think that it would be good also to add African Union and Blush. So it will be very comprehensive on that. And also I recommend to add for civil society, to support civil society to achieve the different objective on that. I think that it would be good also, because civil society in Africa need more support that as capacity building, how to teach our people, because we need some resources, financial resources or technical resources, assistance for our governments or our stakeholders on that. So just on that. Thank you so much.
When we put member state, everybody are inside. Yeah, civil society, private sector.
Neymar.
I don't know where it would be relevant, but I think it's important to, for member states to put more effort and emphasis on the contribution to the WSIS plus 20 process. Because we saw a lot of countries, the information was missing, so I don't know how or where that would fit in. But I think it's crucial to have inputs of countries or governments on this WSIS plus 20 process.
Yes,
I think it's relevant. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we'll put it because for the CSTD, even for the CSTD, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ambassador.
I forgot the last point. So about to recommend the member state for the review with this line or others is very important to put here. So we recommend the member state to do the review at national level or regional level or local level. So it'd be very good as to monitor, yes, monitoring on that.
Thank you. Ambassador.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to add or suggest the last, the second to the last. How do we put in, okay, let me frame it, we can get it. Encourage African government with support of ECA and other partners to adopt multi-stakeholders processes toward fast-tracking the rest.
Thank you. And Sandra.
Sorry, on the paragraph above the encourage African governments, I just wanted to just understand, I think it's one written focus on, that zoning in focus on also means we are excluding everything else, just to understand that we are doing that. Because it could read, but I also don't know the language of UN, it could read focus on, but not limited to, or something along those lines, so that in case you want to expand. But then again, maybe we're trying to prioritize. I just wanted to just make note of that.
Okay.
Thank you. I think in the whole text, we've talked about the African governments, but we have not connected the African Union also with the RECs, the regional economic communities, because most of also the decisions are made at the regional level. So I think there is need to bring stronger partnerships between the African Union and UN with the regional economic communities in the implementation of the WSIS areas of action. It's not in the preamble. It should be put there.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Let's because you know the mission of African Union on WSIS is very specific. They are not very well involved on WSIS, but member states are involved. We'll see how we can formulate it in the respect of the vision of AU. Anything? Any other comment? 1, 2, 3, we can adopt with the comment you provide an input. And we are going to make all the correction and we'll give to our service in Addis Ababa to review all this formulation, and we'll share with you by mid next week the latest version. Because just it is a draft, but it is a way we can develop this declaration. Thank you very much. Let's now move to the next step.
The next step is what should be a way forward after this workshop, and we'll be concluding the workshop. So maybe if you can touch up on ECA's role on WSIS Plus 20, And our contribution is going to be after this workshop on CSTD. Then we can even call the host country. Yes. Leo, can you come on the stage?
We're going
Yes.
to close on behalf of the government.
Yeah.
Director, what? If you want to come in. Now for the next step, next step is first, we'll send you the draft, the declaration with all amendment. After that, we are going to, 2 weeks ago, no, next 2 weeks, we have a CSTD meeting in Geneva. We are going to present the key outcome of this discussion. After we are going to prepare the African contribution to the report of the Secretary General for WSIS Plus 20. I think the deadline will be end of November or around 20 November. And after that, together with all UN agencies, we are going to prepare the WSIS Plus review going to be held in Geneva next year. I think it will be in March 2025. But the discussion will continue. We are going to have African Internet Governance Forum from 20 to 22nd April in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia at UNECA. All of you will be invited to attend. But ECA, maybe we are going to cover, we cover a lot of people here. But for the African Internet Governance Forum, maybe we are going to cover around 40 or 30 persons to attend in Addis Ababa. And also during in Addis Ababa, we are going to discuss this WSIS Plus 20, this like IGF, all this Global Digital Compact. We have several sessions to see how we can align all this UN framework. After that, we are going to have the Global IGF to be held in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, I think as of 15 December, and 15 and 18 December 2025 in Riyadh. We are going to have some session, some side event for Africa, and we'll bring 10 people from Africa for the meeting in Riyadh. We are going to have 2 people by region, and it will be 10. ECA will bring them to Riyadh. After, of course, we'll continue our discussion next year, inshallah, with the available budget we are going to have. We want to organize one meeting for Africa before March, before the global review in March. We expect to organize one in one country, one African country next year. It is the follow-up. Otherwise, ECA is here to support all African countries upon open request to develop their digital agenda. We are not doing only WSIS. I think you have seen what ECA doing yesterday on the presentation, and we present only one part of our activity. We support African country in all area, all digital area. You can touch upon with ECA, and we'll see how we can support to your country. We work also with civil society, with the private sector, and with academia also to support the development of the digital agenda in the continent. And before I'm going to give the floor to the government to close the meeting, I would like to thank you all for your support, your commitment, your engagement, and this show the African people want to be a key actor in the industrial revolution. And you did well. We have a lot of exchange, deep analysis on the situation of Africa, very good contribution on how we can move forward, how we can tackle the several challenges we are facing. We have a proper recommendation on how to bridge this digital divide, how we govern. We have a good governance for data. We also get a lot of recommendation from member state, from private sector, from everyone on how we build the capacity of our new generation, how we increase our digital skills, how we can improve our financial inclusion, how we can secure more our cyberspace. And also we have several other exchange from member state. We have we get a lot of presentation to have a view of where are some country in the implementation of WSIS and also in the development of their digital agenda. And I would like to thank you everybody, thank you the ECA team for the wonderful work done under the leadership of Soren. I would like to thank you all logistic committee from ECA, from the government, and all the secretariat, people working on the travel, on the catering. I would like to thank you all these people, and also the government for your support to make this meeting happening. Also, all of you for your active participation. You are coming far, people, some coming from far, others are coming here to attend this meeting, and this show your commitment and your engagement for the development of the continent. I would like to thank you all, the member of parliament, representatives of the government, private sector, civil society, academia who attended this meeting. And also we will try to thank you all our interpret for the good work done. For further ado, I would like to give the floor to the government to conclude, to close this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Makta. On behalf of the ministry, we would like to say thank you very much for choosing Tanzania to host this event. Although it was a short notice, but we really appreciate you for selecting us to host this event. And we would like to host many more events. As you know that you have applied for the IGF next year. If it's in your favor, we will be happy to host it in Tanzania. Once again, I say thank you very much for delegates for coming to Tanzania, and hope that we will stay for 1-2 days to have particular time to move around the country and see the most beautiful areas which we have. Thank you very much, and we're happy to host you more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have to go to the...
Lunch is ready. Then after that, try to see the beautiful Dar es Salaam.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
And bon voyage.
Yeah, travel safe. Yes.
نتكلم أذن كبلان.
We are going forward to elections, so no wonder. Next year.
Let's find a